bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Waiting for him to answer saying, continues!
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord,
That just might seal the
Great
We
play.
do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking, you're great. You gotta get to the chip. Fight the first guy, find the second.
Don't miss the stream starting April 10th. Follow ESL PUBG and social media for updates.
Welcome to the America's Roadmap for Competitive PUBG 2021. Here's just a taste of what you can expect this year. Americas Unite. Starting this year, teams from both Americas will be competing together in the PCS and other major PUBG events. Things kick off in April with our first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event. The NA and LATAM subregions will each have their own open qualifiers, which lead into a 24-team group stage in each region. Then it's on to the grand final, where the top 8 teams from North America and the top 8 teams from Latin America will battle it out to determine who is the best of the Americas and claim a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. After the first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. As with the Masters Americas event, there are 2 open qualifiers, one for North America and one for Latin America, which lead into the 24-team group stages for each region. The top 6 teams from NA and LATAM move directly on to the PCS 4 Grand Final. The bottom 10 from each region are eliminated, and the 8 teams in the middle go to the last chance qualifier to frag it out for the 4 remaining spots in the Grand Final, and a chance to compete for the title and a piece of the $200,000 in prize money. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, followed up by PCS 5. This year, teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters Americas events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. We'll also be debuting more of that fresh PUBG esports content in 2021 that you crave, so make sure you don't miss a minute of PUBG esports on YouTube. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year of PUBG esports in the Americas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. We are here with the ESL PUBG Spring Masters. It's the NA Qualifiers. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Rude Dude, and we are here to bring you all of the action this evening from Group 2. It's going to be an exciting one. I know that you, Rude, have a couple teams you want to look out for. We definitely both identified a couple that we're keeping an eye out for. Maybe walk us through a couple of these teams as we just take a look over at the team list real quick.
So I think the first thing that we should all draw our attention to is going to be Spicy Fish, right? These guys have got such star power coming from not only a run at PGI that has just happened here, and then also just Sharp Shot and Keenan as well, who have been absolutely formidable in the NA scene throughout pretty much PUBG's existence. And alongside Uncivil and Roth, these guys should be looking to make their way out of this lobby fairly easily, right? They've banded together post-PGI, and now coming together in these qualifiers should be one of our very strong teams that we should be looking to see contend for not necessarily just the top 4, but the top spot itself.
Definitely gonna be a one to watch out for, but you know what? Of course, we've got that star-studded lineup. They're gonna draw a lot of attention. I know there's a lot of people here to see some Spicy Fish, but let's not neglect a lot of these other teams because there are so many strong teams. Like, we've already gone through one round, so anyone who's made it to round 2 has already kind of proven themselves to a certain extent as a very strong squad to look out for. One of those teams that, you know, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for that is still relatively new as a roster, but, you know, not a bad team whatsoever. There's got to be Team 300.
Oh, for sure, right? They sort of banded together, become this sort of new roster underneath this new team. And with Vox, Neferhor as well has been really impressing me in particular. There's a lot of, again, just star power. And whenever we're looking at these top teams and we're saying, hey, you know, these guys are looking at becoming the top dogs in the lobby itself, you're going to see names that you recognize. And obviously looking at it, these guys, I would say, were probably more new. And if you look at the sort of prestige comparing them to Spicy Fish, you know, there's no doubt to which team that you would have recognized the names more so of. But I definitely want to give 300 an absolute ton of credit because these guys topped their lobby, right? They're the ones that are coming into tonight supposedly as the first seed here. So we've got to see if they're able to live up to that hype, live up to that expectation, and be able to take themselves once again through to the next round.
Yeah, and it's a question of consistency when we get to this point. There can be an argument made that sure, some teams made it through. You know, they might not have been able to make it in maybe a different lobby, or maybe the situations were good, because at the end of the day, it's 2 days for each round, which means 12 games. There is the element of RNG, but now, however, Rude, we're getting in towards round 2, you know, we're getting into the point where that RNG, that isn't going to be enough anymore. There are strong teams that are able to frag, that are going to be looking to take some big fights here. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
It is, and talking of those teams that we maybe saw slip maybe nearer the bottom of the standings, I want to draw our attention to one of those underdogs coming into tonight here. Ad Astra were one of the teams that made it through in the best losers bracket, so to speak, right? The top 10 teams from 3 lobbies previously came through, and then an additional 2 best placing 11th teams came on through as well. Ad Astra were our 11th place team that have slotted into our lobby here tonight, and I want to see them step it up once again because, you know, being 11th this time round does not cut it. If they're going to try and progress, make themselves even further in this ESL stage, they need to show up and they need to come back with a vengeance after what would have been probably a bit of an underwhelming round number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? If you've got the word Astra in your name, with just kind of the level that old Astra roster used to be at, you have a certain level that you have to be achieving. Because I know, especially with teams like 300 in this lobby, and quite a few OCE players, if OCE, you know, viewers see a team with Astra in their name performing badly, they are going to be catching a lot of heat, especially from OCE viewers.
Yeah, for sure. They need to be able to at least live up to that old namesake, and even if, you know, they're not necessarily, or definitely not even the same sort of organization, it's that point of sort of having it in there and making sure that you're trying to do your best and really performing here as best as possible.
Yeah, definitely the case. Now, let's take a minute to talk about some of the maybe underdog teams. You already mentioned Ad Astra. Some of the teams that I think coming into this lobby that are very strong teams that maybe people haven't got an eye out for because of the teams like Spicy Fish, like 300. They're going to be ones to look out for. There's got to be teams like Boomers, Demon Rises, Tilt Town, all of the True Sight as well, Rise Esports, Orion, all of these kind of squads that have always consistently been around. A lot of veteran players here and veteran orgs, you know, supporting them. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these guys to perform well because they are teams that you would expect to see in round 3, you know, expect to see in group stages, but there is a long fight ahead of them. We've got 3 rounds here, then we've got the group stages, then we've got the, you know, the North America battles, and then we've got the Americas event. There are so many stages here that these teams are going to have to fight through. And my question is the consistency going to be there for these kind of tier 2 squads that in the past maybe haven't been able to work to such a high level that we would maybe hope for from these strong teams?
And that can only be answered right by getting into those games and seeing what is going on. What I'm hearing from you, Chunks, is that there are a lot of good teams, and there are only 4 slots for teams to progress further into round number 3. And what that obviously means is there's going to be upset. There are going to be players that you could make a case for going into the next stage that just aren't going to make it. And it is that consistency that you so rightly highlight that is going to be fundamental in terms of their success. We have a best of 12 over the next 2 days. That's 12 games to show what you are made of and see what you can accomplish here, because if it's not in these 12 games, it's not going to be ever for the rest of this tournament.
No, and that's the danger that a lot of teams have to face now. It's the fact that, look, if we have a couple bad games in one day, it isn't just the day that's over, it's the potential that, look, everything could be over after this. They have to be careful with everything. Before we hop in, because the players are loaded into the lobby now, Rude, let me just get your last minute kind of predictions. Ooh. What team, other than Spicy Fish, other than 300, are you keeping an eye on as one to get into the top 4 tonight?
I want Eternity to go through. I don't want, but I'm expecting Eternity, right? They're coming in here. Very strong performance in round number 1. They've got themselves a bit of a newer roster, right? And I definitely think that these guys can come together, can make a bit of a difference. And I want to see them go all the way here tonight.
Definitely the case. Now, we have 1 minute left. So I guess it's time to hop in to game number 1 of the ESL Masters NA Qualifiers. Rude, let's take a look over at this playing path. What are we thinking here, man?
I think a lot of teams are going to be very happy with this playing path. For the first game of the evening, you know, getting a sort of southeast up to the northwest, a load of these teams are going to be more than happy because there's a lot of drop spots still open and available. You know, if you're going as far across as Yasnaya, even that's still doable with the potential cheeky takeage of some car spawns here. And down to Primorsk A, maybe you're going to be a little bit hard done by, but all the way, you know, we've got Milta Power, Novo, Millibase is still on, everything over on the northwestern side as well, vastly available here. So a lot of these teams are going to be very happy. There's probably going to be a couple, as with any playing path, that aren't going to get their dream loot location, but they'll have ult drops, they'll have backup plans, and they'll be able to replan, reassess, and know what they're going to be doing from this playing path.
Let's kind of take a minute here to talk about these potential, you know, spicy drops that can come out. Look, it's the first game of the series, you know. There's the potential here that a lot of squads are going to be getting themselves into these early game hot drops. And, you know, from what I saw, taking a look over very briefly over at the team chats, when the lobbies were announced, Ferry Pier was looking like one that could potentially be very, very spicy in terms of drops, because Spicy Fish and I believe 300 both tend to drop around each other here. So definitely going to be one we could potentially keep an eye out for.
And that's as we'd already highlighted here, 2 of our top-end teams that we're expecting to be clashing not only during their fights, but at the top of the leaderboard as well here. So if they do take chunks out of one another early on, this could very well bode very well for the rest of the teams that are looking to try and get themselves a bit more accelerated up that leaderboard. It does look as though Spicy Fish has backed off, and it looks like 300 are going to be the ones that are able to secure themselves that Ferry Pier area. And you can sort of see, I believe, that Spicy Fish now just looting in and around Milta Farm and the surrounding areas. So a lot of happiness in their eyes. As in balance, they're going to be landing in on this new compound. Obviously, new is a bit of an old phrase for it at this point, but wasn't in the OG Erangel, so it will remain new compound in my eyes.
I like the way you're thinking of it. But you know what? We are on the current version of Erangel, as much as, you know, a lot of us may have that nostalgia for the old one. This is the current version now. Taking a look over at teams that drop nearby. by. We saw Orion making a bit of a rotate past here. It looked for a second like we could have potentially seen a bit of a hot drop, but not to be for the time being, not to be rude.
No, and I think that a lot of these teams are going to be quite happy just to get their feet wet, you know, have a nice, comfortable game number one, very traditional, and look at that circle as well, just aids to that point much more so. They've got a very central circle.
Oh, it appears that we may have lost Rudu right there, so apologies for that. We'll try and get everything fixed.
Very
he
obvious.
is back. There we go. You cut out for a second there.
Oh, I died.
Yeah, just for a second,
Oh,
but
okay.
it looks
Well.
like we're good right now. But yeah,
Well,
go on.
We'll pray that the internet gods stay with us tonight.
Hey, fingers crossed, because with a 25-minute delay, there is nothing worse than, you know, the stream going down at the last second.
But like I say, right, with this playing with this circle as well, a lot of teams here are going to be very happy with not only their loot spots, but also where they're going to be taking, what rotations into the circle they need to make, and how they're going to get there. They should also be sort of aware of, you know, where other teams are playing, if they've done a little bit of research here, even just as much as looking back at game one or round one VODs, just to see where teams are looting. They should know where everybody is looting up, or at the very least, where certain teams are, you know, the nearby ones that they need to be cognizant of. For example, you're not going to expect a team that's looting Milta to be worried about South Georgia rotates out of Circle 1, but people looting out of Farm and out of the areas just to the west, obviously, of Milta, they definitely need to be cognizant and thinking about where those guys are going to be going.
Yeah, I mean, look, Circle 1 right here is going to be relatively central. Any teams that maybe Rude you see having a bit of trouble making it into Circle, you know, ones that maybe might have some problems, or is it going to be a case of, look, it's Circle 1, you know, everyone should be pretty settled, you know, sure, there's the potential of some early game fights, but realistically, it's just going to be a lot of rotate shots being taken.
I think that you're quite right. It's going to be a lot of rotate shots. The teams, obviously, there are a couple that we have down on Military Island. They should be able to make their way across pretty easily. I don't anticipate any bridge camps. You know, we've got 300 and Spicy Fish looting at least around either bridge. But again, I'm not anticipating that these guys are going to be jeopardizing early game circle position for the sake of a potential kill point or two as teams cross over the bridge. So, you know, all of the teams that are making their way across from the south should have fairly easy access in through the north, or into the north rather, and all of those teams that we see up on the North Eternity, who I'd highlighted, are probably going to have maybe one extra team on that north side of the river, but at least for Circle 1, they're going to be able to post up, scout out their position, and see into the circle here, and maybe even get themselves a cheeky hard shift.
Maybe. It's a big maybe indeed. I mean, let's hop on board over here with Ad Astra. Look, we said that teams likely not going to be fighting too much, but just take a look at this. Ad Astra going to be moving right down on towards Demon Rises and on towards I Like Your Cut G, which, by the way, easily out of all of the lobbies, best name, best logo, best tag. Like, I Like Your Cut G, like, bonus points to them. Congrats, guys.
Yeah, if there's a tiebreaker situation and everything is absolutely tied, best name definitely goes down to them. And definitely going to be seeing that they're hoping to sort of extend that success in their naming criteria into as well the games. They've got themselves a very good position in Circle 1. They're already split in and around the mini Pachinki and Pachinki area. Blissey is off to the garage building, and I'm surprised they've not also taken church, but it does mean that that's free. You also don't want to spread your resources too thin early on. If a team identifies that you are 4 or 1 member, they can quite easily send in 4 members and very easily take you out with a quick crash.
Speaking of a quick crash, just take a look over at this right now. Spicy Fish and True Sight. So close. It looked like we could have seen something come out, but not going to be the case. Now, I gotta say, these are two teams that are super strong rosters. Sure, Spicy Fish going to be your favorites in this, but let's not count True Sight out right here. They are such a strong team. They've all been around the block. We don't have any, like, new players here. Sure, they maybe haven't had that tier 1 success that a lot of players have had, but they're definitely a squad to look out for. And I mean, looking over this roster, what are your thoughts on it here? And are we potentially going to see some problems between True Sight and Spicy Fish with them dropping just so close to each other?
I think whenever you drop close to one another, you're always anticipating potential fights in the early game. And that's the thing that both TrueSight and Spicyfish will have to take with a grain of salt here, that, hey, these guys, they loot just to the east or just to the west of us. They're going to be on a very similar rotation path to us. And that's when things like looting and how about the speed at which you get out become very important. If you're able to get out ahead of your enemies, it does give you a good opportunity to make your way into the circle ahead of them. And that's sort of what we're seeing from Spicyfish there. They were just ahead of TrueSight. They've now gone a little bit further north and south of one another, so they're quite safe for the time being. But we do actually find that the first knock here of the first group or the second stage here has come through.
Yeah, Flashy going to be getting taken down quite low. The irony of the player on ball just getting absolutely scalped as our first knock. He will be getting res. Luckily, his Ad Astra going to be over to the eastern side. So they do have to be a little bit careful. I feel like with a circle like this, we're going to see a lot of squads, you know, in the early game taking pot shots at each other. But I don't think we really have to worry too much right now. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, you know, teams I want to kind of take a moment to talk about right here. Lethal Society all the way down on Sosnovka Millie Island here. Still yet to make their rotate. Never mind. Let's hop on towards Tilt Town real quick as Andracito going to be able to take down Define Legit. Good God, going to be losing one early. And Bopoli also going to be posted up in a position where he could cause some problems for them here.
This could very well be a very early wipe out here with Bopili already just lurking inside the buildings that I believe Good God should believe are free, but really gets spotted out early on. Bopili there with his nice little lurking position. Does find one knock, yet to see if he's able to flush it with that nade. Looks like it's going to come through. Doesn't quite do all the damage, but remember, he is in a 1v3. The rest of Tilt Town had to make their way down the hillside, and very quickly, might we add, they have done. This is going to be a full-on fight in and around these houses down just outside of ruins. This could very well be our first team getting wiped out so early on.
Yep, now the worry is, though, for these teams, do they want to engage onto this? And it appears like, for the time being, neither of them have the choice. Tilt Town, one of those rosters that they're just so consistently confident, it wouldn't surprise me to see them choose to take this fight. And you know what? That's exactly what's going to happen right here. Evil Pickle going to be opening up some shots on towards Duality as he tries to land the nade through. But let's not forget, I'm the BCO still going to be moving around the side to try and find an angle on towards Bopoli right here as we just see him sneaking around the back. Nothing big gonna come out just yet as Andrasto gonna be able to take down Duality. Bopoli getting caught out by the BCO, but it's not really gonna work out for the time being. All of Tilt Town now going to be extremely low, but as boomers start to move in from the south, it could start to cause some problems here.
Yeah, they need to mop up this fight pretty quickly here. They do have enemies coming in from the south side, and of course, at this sort of position, Good God have got themselves the slightest advantage in the fact that they're not getting shot from the south, but obviously, down a member, you would always prefer to have 4 people up and alive when going for this fight here. Tilt Town, they had themselves an opening knock, and they've not managed to really capitalize on that just yet. They are still 4 members kind of waiting around a little bit, and you can see this is exactly the issue that you'd highlighted here. They've just taken too long. The boomers have come in, and now Evil Pickle is knocked, and that could very well open up the doors for not only boomers to push on in, but for Good God to make something happen as well.
Definitely going to be a nerve-wracking one here as Tilt Town going to be doing what they can to survive. But KD, what is going on? No going to be able to take down 3 of them already as the fight looks next to over. Kingdom Esports with Bot God still surviving. Going to try and boost his way up. But honestly, EF right now, they should be able to clean this up pretty easy. That is just some poor scouting coming out if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and that compound as well, unless you're scouting it from the east, is very difficult to try and spot out. It looks as though Kingdom had just sent in 4 players. It looks like Noel is looking to finish the job that he so adequately started here. Just peeking up over the ridges, looking for these 2 members currently in a res. So he does get the res off, and now the spray comes through with the AK. Unable to find anything, and the response coming through gets a quick tag. But the rest of the team, again, still not quite able to find anything. That's finally the knock coming through. Dr. Claw finds one. Just now, Esteban in the vehicle, and he should go down. Lovely little AK finishes off the job. There's going to be epic flank there, taking out Kingdom Esports as our first squad wiped.
That's rough right there for them. Esteban, he tried to make a final stand, but it just wasn't going to be enough. As good God, they're still going to be on this engagement here up against Tilltown. Duality going to be watching out for the side angle as best as possible as he does land a couple shots. It's going to be Keenan going down, however, from Spicy Fish as they take a bit of an ego push here. Roth going to be able to get the trade as Blissey going to be getting eliminated as well. Spicy Fish, though, they are just absolutely set up as a 4-man, and with Gribbles throwing the underhand nade, goes a little bit off to the side. The rest of the squad might be able to make something happen, but I'm not too sure about it, especially with Voxic from 300 starting to third party onto this.
Important that Spicy Fish are all inside the building and have the safety pushing on out from Roth. That is just incredibly fast-paced gameplay from Spicy Fish coming on through. They take down Gribbles very quickly, and the rest of Alike Kikuchi, they do retreat back to their compound that they'd already acquired, and that's not quite enough for Spicy Fish there. Gapzuno gets a little bit too close for comfort. Spicy Fish going to take themselves a third knock for themselves, and they're able to pick that flush up. That's going to be an extra kill.
Yeah, that's really not an ideal rotate there. I don't know why you think, hey, these teams are fighting, let's just walk past. I'm not sure what the thought process was, hey, look, there's no way they get involved on this. They're busy fighting, but honestly, Spicy Fish, they were just able to clean that up, no problem. Jumbi now going to be able to take down Krayshow as he will be eliminated. Tilltown doing what they can to try and work around to the side on towards this, but with ETR getting involved from the east, I'm not sure whether the push is really the best idea or whether for the time being they just want to kind of post up and hope for the best and hope that they don't get pushed, and when that circle closes in and forces squads to rotate, that, you know, they can catch them off guard then.
And I think that trying to play for this sort of time so early on sort of indicates how poorly your situation is. We are seeing knocks in the kill feed, and that's actually going to be Noel here and Lethal Association coming to blows. Looks like that Sociopath was able to find a good couple of knocks on rotation. The rest of the squad, though, from the Epic flank, actually, they're able to maybe pull up. They're maybe looking for a bit of a res, but with the position that they've got, maybe a bit too far afield. The rest of Lethal Association don't seem too interested by this anymore. They are now sat a little bit at the edge of the circle, so need to think about their own rotate as well. But hey, they can pick up an extra kill point. That's always going to do them a little bit of service.
Look, Lethal Association might not be interested, but I'll tell you exactly who is, and I don't think it's any surprises there. It's going to be 300 over on the east looking to try and get involved. As the circle pops, they are going to be inside it. It's going to look like it could head straight over towards Pachinki here, Rude.
That is a dangerous circle at the very least right here. A city ending for our first one. Very untraditional, and especially inside Pachinki, we don't tend to see those all that much. Typically, this circle can come south. You know, the Pachinki Hill to the south side that 300 are holding is a very real possibility for our ending location. And we do see finally a couple of those flushes starting to come through there. So that's Sociopath picking himself up a couple of kills, but the rotations are just coming through thick and fast right here. Neverhole looking for some drive-by kills. He's shepherding Badger into this position where the rest of his team already are. They've got Latta, they've got Voxic posted up on the sticks right now. Should be able to try and find some DMR shots, and he's just getting driven out of town right now.
Yeah, 300 absolutely posted here. Later going to be up on the roof going for the spray, but it doesn't quite work out, as I wouldn't be surprised now to see Neferhor just down to the south try and take this fight, but not going to be the case. He's going to let Badger live for the time being, knowing that that circle closes in. And Sybil going to be able to get a knock, because, I mean, just look at this kill feed starting to pop off. Good God, they've only got 2 players left. They're doing what they can to try and make a final stand, but it's not ideal. As BTO going to be able to tag one on the spray, but it's not enough to save his teammates' life. Duality going to be going down. Tilt down. They prep the flashes. The hip fire push comes out, but it's not going to be enough. And there it is. Good God, going down in 15th position. That is really not ideal. Taking a look over at this circle, though, just look at Pachinki, man. Look at how many teams have sent it in. The question is, in a circle like this, if this pulls down to the south and ends up shifting away from Pachinki right now, what the hell do these teams do? Because it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. But honestly, if there's a circle to start off round 2, game number 1, this is the one I want to see.
I want to see this one center right up in the Pachinki town square right now. If they're able to get in some urban combat, and I can almost assure you that the players aren't after that one, but with so many sending it into Pachinki, their best opportunity for placement points probably comes from a circle ending right in the center here. So Worth noticing, of course, that Tilt Town as well did keep 4 people alive during that skirmish. It did take them a while to wipe out everybody, but they did keep 4 people alive. So they will be able to progress into this circle. Granted, a little bit late, but it's going to be as 4 members. And now we've got Eternity here on the north side. They're playing a little bit of gatekeep on toward, once again, Demon Rises.
Yep, Demon Rises 73 gods. He's going to be pinned down over at the tree. Vexel now going to be forced to go for the reload. And Eternity, they're a team to definitely keep an eye out for here. A lot of people might not be familiar with the name. In terms of the brand, it's kind of a new team. But in terms of the players, a couple of these guys have a lot of experience together. I know I cast Junbi, Steel, and Vexel down in OS all the time. You know, known sometimes as Grief Team 6, sometimes as Liberate, now going under Eternity. So definitely a strong squad to keep an eye out for. The question is, though, with the circle pulling like this, what is the play? Do they bank on this compound? Do they try and get themselves a hillside to work with? Or just kind of, you know, fingers crossed, hope for the best and, you know, pray that that circle keeps hard shifted?
And realistically, they've got themselves a fairly decent shift because they're inside this new circle. I don't know if they're anticipating it coming north again here, but they've managed to get away with a good shift here, as we are seeing Demon Rises also with relatively a decent position for them to try and play out from. It's not going to be easy, but that's about as good a circle as they could have hoped for right now, as we do see 73 God starting to try and scout out. Obviously, their team will have a few vehicles. They do find an opening there, and that's actually going to be Chris from that squad trying to take down Junbi and successfully doing so.
Look at this, though. Tadine absolutely putting on a show. Single-handedly going to be taking down the entirety of Lethal Association. What an absolutely huge hold coming out from him there, as he just absolutely pops off for Orion. 4 kills now. And wow, Lethal Association, they have got to be so upset with that crash. They just got absolutely shredded apart right there.
Yeah, if one person's killing all 4, you've done something wrong. Or, of course, you've done something very, very right there. Tadine has definitely showed up in a massive way and holding the south side of Pachinki for Orion. They're going to be very happy with their position, continuing to go forward. 300, they've still got to make their way in. Neferhor looking to maybe try and make some shots come through. And with a circle shift like this, they've got themselves the barn just off of the hillside there, but kill points are really going to be something that they need to go for, because getting into Pachinki at this stage going to be very difficult. There's a lot of areas that have been taken, but also, you know, the nature of city endings, there's probably a fair few houses that aren't taken as well.
Yeah, and you know what? You spoke about the kill points. Just a reminder, we are rocking that super rule set in terms of, you know, the points. No winner, chicken dinner in this phase. For anyone who was wondering, it is all going to be about those kill points, etc. So let's see what Eternity are going to be able to collect in terms of kill point, as they have lost Junbi. Steel also going to be knocked. Soup up the hill, trying to find an angle over on towards Chris. Does spot him out in the open, but honestly, Vexel going to be down in a good position to try and take this fight now. He will be able to open up with the knock, but Soup quickly getting traded out here with the barrel. Wenko's still going to be making a push. His epic flank finally going to be going down. Now only one player left in this fight, really, for Demon Rises. He has to try and find something, but he knows where Vexel's going to be. Goes for the flush on towards the body, and that might just be his death sentence, because that's allowed Vexel to peek. But oh no, the time, and it's horrible. Down he goes. He pulls out the Molotov. Demon Rise is going to be able to clean it up, and on the very edge of circle, they should just be able to get the reses here as well.
That's a massive 1v1 to win there. It's not just the extra kill point, it's the res on 2 members that comes through. Demon Rises, they were in the worst position there, and they managed to make their push across and take down Eternity here. Really good stuff from them, and now obviously they're going to be trying to make their way forward in this circle. But hey, speaking of the circle here, it is not pleasant for many of these squads. Orion have got an absolute field day right here. Firefighter trying to defend with the best of his capabilities with the SLR, making sure that nobody gets in at all. He looks south, sees a massive smoke trail, and guess who that is? That's 300 trying to make their way at least into some semblance of safety for the next zone.
Yep, and now the question is, how the heck are they going to do it? As Tilt Town facing a very similar position at this point, all the way over on the northern side. They're just about inside circle, but it's really not ideal. 300, they do manage to make the cross in. They've managed to get a building, whether it's the strongest is yet to be seen, but Orion are going to be farming a lot of damage on towards them. On the rotators, Voxic taking a lot of damage, and now that southern side completely open.
Now we've got a push here onto that western compound. This is going to be Boomers trying to hold the line. The Snorlax does fall, gets flushed out as well, but in the window there goes D-Stain looking for the shots. able to get himself a cheeky little flush as well right there, down for Rise Esports. Just Chiller medding outside. He's got the rest of his team just further south. Not looking toward pushing in right there, as you can see. Chadri there, he's looking for some shots elsewhere, looking a bit further towards Spicy Fish. And trying to get anything that they can out of this situation. Any points are good points here as they're trying to push up into the top of this mansion building. Nades in hand and M4 as well now. Going up with a blocked off Molotov makes it very difficult to try and siege forward. The push comes on through here and finally gets spotted out, but that's going to be a nice hold here from Rise. They get themselves one, gets a second as well. Looking pretty good to try and take this compound fight as best as they can.
Yep, and now with Nahax being the final player left up, it's looking a whole lot easier for Rise now. He's looking to try and find an angle, but it ain't looking too promising. Wazupi, Chiller, and the teammates should be able to get the heals off and, you know, start working their way in, because realistically, this is super strong compound to grab this late in the game.
Oh, it's going to be very useful to a lot of these teams if they can get in there. And I definitely expect Rise to complete their sweep right here. We've already talked about 1v3s really being, and 1v4s being something that you shouldn't be looking toward as sort of a win condition. And you can see Nahax respects that. He's trying to send it, but honestly, there's just nowhere to go here, my friend. You're missing a wheel as well. And there he goes. It's Voxic that's able to pick up that kill, trying to send it in toward the Wizard Tower, but a little bit too little, too late. That's going to be 300, netting themselves another kill point here.
Speaking of kill points, let's take a look over at this, all right, Rude. 5 kills so far for Spicy Fish. They have the strongest position, I think it's fair to say, in a circle like this. They have the high ground, they have the split going on. Sure, we haven't really touched on them too much this game, because when you're in such a strong position, really taking those fights, you know, the ones that we want to see aren't really necessary, you know? You don't have to worry about, you know, teams, you know, having to crash teams or anything. You're just able to kind of stay centered, take a lot of shots, and I think we're definitely seeing that here from Spicy Fish. So, I mean, even though we haven't seen them too much inside the kill feed, you know, other than those 5 kills on that compound crash earlier, they're still being very consistent as they're going to open up with yet another kill. Roth will be going down to Gizmac, but I think for the time being, Spicy Fish are looking pretty set in their current position.
They are a team, though, that are not looking so great. Hilltown on the north side, they're getting held out by Spicy Fish here. Keenan finding a quick knock onto Savage. We've got Bapili and Andresito trying to make their way in as well. Not going to be easy at all, as finally we see Rise. They're trying to make their rotation here out of that compound, which we decided could have been good. The circle has decided, unfortunately, otherwise. And as soon as anybody's going for that Wizard Tower, 300, they've already taken it here. Wazupi and Chiller, they've got to try and make a decision here. Find out where is 3, and honestly, getting to positions that are free is going to be very difficult here. There's a small dump truck just inside the circle, but you are going to be an absolute shooting gallery right now, trying to take the rotate in through the south side of the field. They're looking to try and crash maybe the bunkers on the south side of Pachinki. Chiller and Wazupi, who's incredibly low on health points right now, will be drawing a lot of attention. Goes on in, that's head kick finding one. The second one, surely to fall here. Chiller crashes in onto the building, and it's going to be, in fact, Orion looking to try and take some shots. Chiller just lurking below right now. 300 in a bit of a 2v1 split right now.
Now, the question is, they should know that Chiller's pushed on towards this. How much info do they really have? And how much is that going to get split up here as Roth is going to be pushing on towards Voxic, getting a knock? That's got to throw a little bit of a spanner into the comms here of 300. They're going to be looking to try and get the revive off. But honestly, with Roth and Keenan right on top, Keenan going to be prepping a nade to come down. It might just be able to connect as it does land a little bit high, but that door is going to be taken down now. So you got to worry a little bit for 300 as they split out with one player outside.
Yeah, it's a very difficult nade to land there for Keenan. Obviously down the hillside, down through into just a small angle, never too easy to hit. And with the door off now, it will become a little bit easier, but you can see that 300 respectfully have moved back outside. And you're quite right, though, the comms in this situation must be absolutely cluttered. They've got a solo below them. They know that they've got Spicy Fish above them as well. And if that's not worst of their worries, they've also got to try and make their way in, you would presume, from one of these new circles here. There are still 21 players alive here. Phase 7 about to show itself. The nature of these urban endings, meaning that just so many teams can congest in and around one another, and there's just so many kill points, so many placement points as well up for grabs. There are 8 teams still alive. That means that everybody is getting themselves a single placement point right now, but with people like Flashy, those placement points can soon rack up. If you get yourself a cheeky flush on a solo here, such as Flashy, he's going to be one of those players that has a very high impact in determining where the points are going.
Speaking of where the points are going, Circle gonna go over towards Spicy Fish. That should be able to confirm them a couple. But taking a look over here, look, Chilla's still alive at the bottom of 300's compound. Leader and Head Kick aware of it, so they've got to be a little bit cautious in terms of pushing down. But yeah, you mentioned it, Rude. Spicy Fish, they're going to be moving around the northern side. And Civil a little bit distracted, taking the fight on towards Andre. As Sharp going to be pretty much solo holding on towards 300 here. Looks like Spicy Fish going to be looking to try and move back just a little bit for the time being, but you got to be cautious as the frags are going to be coming through. I think Spicy Fish likely going to refocus their attention here.
And this sort of is more of a preemptive play from Spicy Fish here, predicting that 300 need to come this way. They want to come out of that Wizard Tower, and the only way to safety is up towards Spicy Fish. So what do? They take the terrain off them. It means that they have to push into Spicy Fish, even more so than they already did right here. They've probably decommissioned the vehicles. They've made it so it is an on-foot rotate at best here for 300. Worst case scenario being that they just get mowed down. Sharp Shot, you can see preemptively just pre-firing these angles, looking for Vox, looking for anybody to try and find these connections. This is going to be, like we said, one of our top two teams trying to combine up against one another in a big 4v4 to start off game number one.
We're going to hop on board this fight real quick, because spoke about the 4v4. Let's talk about the 2 versus 1. 300 going to be looking to try and make a crosses. I mean, for the time being, Chilla going to be surviving. I kind of cast a curse him to a certain extent, though, because it's going to be Sharp Shot that finds that one. Roth going to be able to take down later here, as Skaz going to be the one to find the flush on towards it. Sharp goes down in the trade, but as Uncivil takes down Head Kick, 300 are just getting absolutely torn apart. 2 players left up. It's going to be Voxic and Neff doing what they can to try and make a push, but as Keenan, he moves around the side, takes down 1. As Voxic, the final player left standing, it's a 1 versus 1. All the pressure's on here, but it's going to be Spicy Fish that clean it up, taking down 307th position. Keenan does bleed out, but it looks like the rest of Spicy Fish are going to be able to get the revives off. As taking a look over at Circle here, everyone should be relatively safe. The question is, what happens next on this next shift?
It goes hard to the north here, Chunks. There are currently 5 people inside the circle. Orion also making their way in now, and they're taking the real estate that Spicy Fish could have looked into here. There is so much of this circle that is not occupied. There's a single satellite building in the center that no team has gone to just yet, and that is going to be the star. Spicy Fish do get themselves 3 people back up and alive here, but in balance, they're in a bit of a difficult situation. They've got to battle their way through this block of Pachinki. Not only battling as 2 members, they've got to go up against a 3-man of True Sight. They've got 3 people as well just to their north from, I believe it's the, or just 2 solos rather, actually just on the north. They've got remaining Bopilli from Tilt Town looking out there, but Flashy as well also looking to try and hold the line right now. The push comes on through from Imbalance, and this is Flashy potentially finding a couple of extra kills, doing very well in the placements right now. Now to see if he can pick up any more kills as well.
Look, he's holding on towards the edge of the smoke, but he's just not quite able to spot out that final player. As there it is, Flashy gonna be, unfortunately, not finding the shots. He should hit Tao coming around the side now, but you got to be a little bit nervous right now if you are Flashy. He opens up a couple shots. The real question is, are they going to be enough? Now he's given away his position. It looks like the rest of Imbalance going to be looking to try and find an angle on towards this. Is Tao and Bone just flexing out ever so carefully. I don't think they have to worry too much for the time being, but with a circle like this, we're going into phase number 8, which means the center of this circle is going to be the dot. What are we thinking here, honestly, Rude? With a circle like this, it's going to center up out in the open. Do a team maybe just go for that little solo satellite compound here, or do they just play on the very edge and rely on those smokes?
I think it's going to be an edge. If you've not got that compound right now, getting it is going to be very difficult. Getting to that building is going to be tremendously hard. There'll be everybody looking at you, and you can see this is crossfire from one end of the circle to the other, and that's to be expected. The circle right now, about 125 meters in its diameter. These are easy shots for these players to be landing with their DMRs. It's Uncivil, though. He's making the move and actually finds a gap in the vision, a space in timing to get this one-story building here. With 11 kills on Spicy Fish, they're looking in a very strong position to try and close out this game, especially off of the back of that move from Uncivil.
Yeah, and Sharpshot going to be taking down Gizmak as well, which leaves TrueSight in a bit of a rough position, relying on only on smokes, with Orion also going to be posted up. Bopoli, that solo player, he comes alive now, takes down Tau. 7 kills so far for Tilttown, and getting into the top 5 is going to be a bonus for them. Can he make it the top 6? Not looking likely. Bone going to be able to find that angle on towards Bopoli. Gizmak flushed out now by Sharpshot, as Arson going to be going down as well. It's Roth rocking the VSS that picks up the kill over on towards Bone. We are on live server, so that patch coming in big time. There it is, Spicy Fish. They're looking to absolutely clean this up now, as Orion grabbed the high ground and Sybil goes for the spray. It's Roth yet again with the VSS that finishes off the job here. Absolutely huge plays. Skaz trying to move around the side, but Sharpshot almost finds one. Dirty Zing gets the trade off, but it's not looking ideal right now. If you're going to be Orion, you're up against such a strong squad. Even as a 2-man, they are a force to be reckoned with right here. Roth still standing, as is Uncivil. 13 kills so far for Spicy Fish. Can they get that chicken dinner? It's looking likely as now Tadine getting flushed out. It's a 2 versus 2, and Spicy Fish, they got the center of the circle here.
They're going for a res right now. Orion trying to recuperate numbers, put themselves back at that numbers advantage. Roth, by the way, doesn't even have an extended mag in his VSS. This is just lethal 9mm bullets coming out like an absolute laser. Orion, they've still got some utility to be put down, and they're going to do exactly that. Look at Dirty Zin here on this little flank angle. On the hillside, just up above, is looking to try and make something happen right now. The rest of his team as well looking to do the exact same thing. They've got 3 angles, but they don't really hold the circle. Uncivil and Roth, they've got themselves the better position. As Uncivil, he gets knocked inside. That's Skag looking for the opening. Roth now in a 1 versus 2 situation, takes down 1, looking for the second, gets it here, switches to the VSS. This has been his gun for the end game. Can he close it out right now? He can't. It's gonna be Dirty Zen who clutches it up, and Orion take the game. 10 kills and 10 points for the chicken dinner.
Orion with an absolutely huge game, it felt like there. Look, Spicy Fish, obviously, they're the ones who kind of took everything in terms of, you know, picking up some serious kills from the center of the circle. But Orion, it felt like they really had to fight their way in that game. So a very impressive one indeed coming out for them. You know, I mentioned them as in the beginning as a team with such big potential. Sure, they haven't really found that tier 1 success, but even, you know, taking fight against such a strong team as Spicy Fish, they're still able to absolutely frag out and really prove what they're worth here.
10 kills is a no mean feat either, getting themselves into double digits. It just shows that they weren't one of these teams that were sitting in quite happy in the center, picking up maybe a compound win out of the best of it. They fought their way in. They got themselves lots of people crashing them. They defended it. Remember Tedine there, he was able to get a 1v4 up against Lethal Association. The fact that he comes up with that one, and then the rest of the team still pumping out damage themselves, really goes to show the overall caliber that Orion have got, and netting themselves the win here, always a top dog.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to carry on over in game number 2. We're going to take a very short break, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the timer says 1 minute, but I just can't wait to get into game number 2, honestly, because it was such an exciting way to end game number 1. What better test is there for teams than a Pachinki finish, Rude?
There aren't that many chunks. We will level with you here. Short of a team from Zaki coming across and winning a Novo Circle, you don't really see too much better than that. Incredible stuff from Orion, making their crash very early on onto the south side of Pachinki, and then making it work was an entirely another situation. They managed to get away with it. They committed early, and it paid off for them in the long run. A very good game coming out of them, and they'll be looking to continue their successes here for game 2.
Yeah, I don't think any teams really had a bad game that game. I think with a circle like that, is very understandable that you'd have those games that you struggle with. But let's take a look over at the leaderboard real quick. Make sure everything is looking good. And I mean, just take a look at this right here. No surprises really when we say that Spicy Fish are out there in first, though. I mean, just come on. Like, what do you expect from a team of that caliber? You wouldn't expect anything less. So Spicy Fish out there in first with 20 total points, but they are going to be tied right now with Orion, also with 20 points after 10 kills in the chicken dinner. So it's really showing just how powerful those chicken dinners can be, as well as the kill points. Because sure, things were closed up by Spicy Fish grabbing that second, but those 4 extra kills just make such a huge difference. Then there's a pretty significant drop-off. Tilt Town going to be down in 3rd with 10. But from there onwards, I think most teams got a pretty good game in. Sure, Kingdom, Good God, and Ad Astra, you know, not ideal, but it's a start at the end of the day. It's a start.
And there are obviously 11 more games to go through. There's still plenty of time for everybody to get themselves all of the points that they're going to need, that they're going to want, and to make themselves a part of that top 4 pack here. I mean, if we're starting to see these patterns continue, and if these trends begin to emerge more so, then we start to get a little bit worried come the close of play today. Obviously, there's still plenty of opportunity for teams to turn it back around, but you're obviously going to be wanting to get out of the gate early, set yourself up for success, and really begin to try and challenge yourself and put yourself in that top 4 from the very start.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge for a lot of these squads, but you know what? I think most of them are going to be capable of it. There's a lot to play for. They're not going to have a, you know, easy set of games ahead of them, but Rude, the plane is fueled up. It's taking off. Let's hop over to game number 2 over here on Orangle.
And we've got ourselves a very different playing path for game number 2 coming from the western side of Military Base up toward Severny. So a lot of teams that are looking for western loot spots are going to be happy. Some of those teams that we saw loot along the east, not so much. Remember, we saw Spicy Fish. They were one of our teams in and around Milta. We had a couple of teams looting up toward Lipovka as well, and Novorepno in particular. You'd have a squad down there that might be a little bit hard-pressed to find themselves a spot. Notably, though, Primorsk going to be on the cards for this plane, so if there is a team that didn't get their first drop originally, they will be able to find their second one here.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? It's interesting to see here. I think a lot of people were expecting Spicy Fish and 300 to end up dropping, but not going to be the case. They should be relatively set up in this location for the time being.
Looks like it as well. They're going to just continue on their way, looking as though the very standard sort of move over toward Raptor Road there. I'm not sure if there's a different NA call out for it, but the dirt road there just above farm going over toward just over toward Pachinki, as well as do have ourselves a team looting the western side of Military Base. Expect as well there to be a team maybe trying to extend themselves a little bit further along Sosnovka Island, but we will have to wait and see and make sure, of course, that everybody gets themselves a decent bit of loot, at least in the first stages. Doesn't look like across the map there's anybody really in trouble, but we do, of course, have ourselves that first circle that shows itself for game number 2 here. And this is something a little bit different to be maybe expected off of the playing path to be so far south. But there's a lot of water in this circle here, Chunks.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to make things tricky. Now, I'm just saying it. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we've seen some Primorsk circles recently, and circles that end ever so slightly up to the north of Primorsk. So that's going to be one to keep an eye out for, because they're always an exciting one to watch. I'm a little intrigued here what the heck is going on with Rise, because Wazupi is all the way up on that northern side, right next to Jumbi. I'm not sure whether he maybe had a crash, wasn't able to drop late, but that's not ideal for him right there.
No, this could actually have some really serious impact here, because they would have loved to have such a strong spot in this circle as 4 people. The fact that there are only 3 in such a commanding spot in the center might very well put them at a little bit of a deficit here. They won't be able to grab quite as much real estate as they would have so desired. And Wazupi is going to have to make his way down and probably have to rotate here at the minute through 2 teams, but there's a potential for that tally to become much, much larger.
Definitely one to keep an eye out for, but honestly, you know, with how open that west coast is going to be, I think he shouldn't have too many problems. So we take a look down here over towards Demon Rises and Imbalance. They're going to be right next towards each other. I mean, in balance, they are going to be over in the apartments. I'm sure they're used to having teams drop nearby. But, I mean, Rude, how do you think this affects teams' mental attitude to the game? You know, how confident they get off to a start when there's a team that's, you know, extremely strong, like Demon Rises, this close next to you?
I think that the leading factor, at least in the mentality, is going to depend on how easily they get out. And in a position like this, they're going to be very reliant on listening out for those audio cues, waiting for Demon Rises to make their move first. because running out of the apartments, there are no vehicle spawns directly inside them. You have to have either landed on your vehicles initially and brought them in, or you're going to be running out in the open, which is a very dangerous prospect. So they've got themselves a couple of options in terms of how they're going to play it out here. And if they do get trapped inside the apartments, then obviously they're going to be very disappointed and kind of saddened by that fact. Though, as you can see, Demon Rises, they're looking like they want to get looted, get moving already. 4 minutes on the clock. And I'm not sure that this will give the information over to Imbalance here just because of how far away they are, but they should be able to make their rotate quite nicely on in.
Definitely. And you know what? Speaking of teams that should be able to make their way in, what are we thinking about True Sight down here? Very close towards Rise. Is this maybe going to be a problem for them, or shouldn't they have to worry too much taking this western side?
Going so far west, they should be fine. There's no team that wants to opt into a coastal position so early on. You can see True Sight are currently just picking up vehicles more so than anything else. Obviously, teams don't want to go toward the coast just because there's an entire circle that removes water from play. So going so far out toward the water never really favors your position, especially so early on here. If we see several hard shifts down toward that west coast, then it becomes a very different possibility. But for the time being here, True Sight, they are just playing it very cautiously, coming out up towards those northern Primorse kills that you'd already highlighted. We've seen a couple of endings nearby, but there we go. Waratorium here. They're getting crashed upon here, remember. Rise, only 3 people nearby. Now they're trying to take a fight up against someone new.
Yeah, 300. They just absolutely send it in, and they catch Waratorium off guard. Down he goes. Rise going to be losing a player earlier. Now Chaudhry and Chill are also going to be taking a little bit fire here from True Sight. It's going to be very vibes with the Mini 14. Going to be trying to land something, but that 2x just really not ideal.
No, you might definitely want something bigger. You know, 2x for me, that's my spray weapon. That's going on my M4. That's not something I want to be using to tap people with. And he's going to be obviously very disappointed that he's not got something better to start rinsing people with from afar. You can see now that 300, they've claimed their territory, and they are going to be continuing out from at least the south side of this Quarry Hill side. Rise, still only 2 people off on the north, and if 300 are able to get that perfect information, they do have an opportunity to try and scout out ahead, maybe even try and force the fight onto Rise, recognizing that, hey, these guys are weak in numbers. Why don't we just make something happen here?
I'll be real with you, dude. I'll be real with you, Rude. You know, you said, look, 2x isn't the best long-range gun. Anything is a long-range enough scope if you have your monitor close enough to your face. That's the way I like to think about it. So, I mean, right now, Berry Vibes, his nose is probably up against the monitor, you know, to try and zoom in a little more. But you know what? True Sight, they are going to be pretty set up in this position. You know, however, let's take a look over on the eastern side right here, because Palix is just absolutely set up here for I Like Your Cut, G.
They're going to be looking for some rotation kills down onto a squad that's pulled up on a ridge very close toward their south areas. Importantly, Gribbles has a really good off angle, but is instead trying to make his way back in with the vehicle. So he could very well be caught on approach here. It's a silent roll up here, so he's going to be in this off angle. Another guy pressed very much up against the screen here. The 2x Mini, the new meta, taking over the NA qualifiers right now. As I like you, Kutji, they've got themselves a very good pincer maneuver, and Gribbles has a very tall task right now. Looks for the open up with the Mini 14, gets a couple of tags, doesn't find any knocks, and now that his position has been documented, you have to anticipate that for the rest of Epic Flank, they now are the ones that are being epically flanked, and they're going to be the ones that have to try and disengage, or at the very least recognize this position is no longer safe from that western side.
Gribbles there clearly didn't have his nose close enough because he wasn't able to land the shots over on towards Epic Flank. So, I mean, got to be a little bit cautious as now it looks like he is just going to group up with the rest of the team. No longer wants to play this side angle. But I'm not sure whether this is the fight that either of these teams want to take. You know, in the grand scheme of things, taking a look over at the circle. Sure, for the time being, they look relatively center. But I'm telling you, as soon as that water shift comes in, yeah, it's going to be a rough one for them.
Obviously, right, making their way in from such a close proximity to the water, they are relying on those very distinctive hard shifts. But for the time being, there are still a lot of teams that haven't even made their way into the circle. So, you know, taking this fight so close to one another, I think this is just going to be one of those where teams just sort of stalemate against each other. Expending utility so early on can very much be a waste, but looks like they're looking to maybe smoke up to the barn here. The entrance, not necessarily the easiest, but if they can get enough smokes down, they could make a bit of a push happen here. And Dr. Claw holding point. rest of the team could very well make their push on and the assault goes forward. They might well also just use those smokes to say, hey, I don't want to be in this spot. Let's find somewhere new.
Or they just grab the vehicles and absolutely full send. I know which one I'm holding out for, but it looks like Noel is going to play that strat that you pointed out as they start to move away inside. The Dacia's going to opt to disengage from the fight. I like Yukachi trying to catch the heads, but it doesn't quite work out. Players that are in a good position now, though. Let's take a look over at Boomers. These guys are absolutely posted up right now. This is one of the strongest positions inside the circle, but honestly, it's also very easy to crash if teams like Imbalance are able to move in from the northern side here, especially with vehicles.
And importantly, they, until just now, were very thinly spread. They've got, obviously, the Snorlax just knocking around inside that warehouse compound, and then the other three members now have recombined on the compound just to the east, so holding off fairly easy for them. But this is one of those compounds that we see get crashed time and time again and can hold up to 4 teams in itself. So having 3 people there, you know, the angles are fairly difficult. If you're from one side of the compound to the other, you could quite easily get yourself in a bit of a rough spot. And speaking of rough spots, that's our first one of the evening, I believe there. A little bit of a self-knock from the team driving, but hey, they happen to the best of them here.
It's a love tap. Got to remind your teammates how much you care about them, you know? Lojax just, you know, getting a little tap on the back, just reminding how much his teammates care. Now, however, only going to have 1 first aid kit to work with, so you got to be a little bit cautious here, as I mean, Phase 2's pop. Still going to be a decent amount of water in, but I don't think we're going to get that Primorsk ending that I know me and you were maybe hoping a little bit too much for, so we will be relatively safe for the time being. Speaking of teams here that, you know, have a bit of a way to make it in towards the circle, though, look at Spicy Fish with that late rotate. Definitely one of those teams that we're likely going to see, you know, playing and thriving, more importantly, on the edge.
And remember, this is going to be a different take for them from games 1 to 2. They posted up in Pachinki on that church and around that garage building very early on and were able to sort of farm kills from that central high ground. This time around, it's going to be something very different, and now we get to see just how versatile they are. And obviously with the best teams, they are the most versatile. They can play both edge and center very well here, and that's exactly what Spicy Fish are going to have to prove to us here in game number 2, as, you know, the center position you can see getting very much clustered. This is going to be, in fact, a crash coming on down very early on.
Demon Rises, Imbalance, and ETR all going to be moving in through each other. Eternity getting away, but Steel very quickly getting caught with the headshot now. Going to be forced to back away from this. Good God, also going for the third party here as Define legit tries to flex down more and more. For the time being, things are going to be okay, but maybe not so much for Tau, as the solo player left in this compound, he's basically just got to play as a rat right now.
Oh, for sure. He's looking for a single kill point, a knock and a flush if at all possible. For Demon Rises, if they are able to get in there and trade him out effectively, they should be pretty fine to keep 4 people up and alive. And look at this oversight that Gizmak has got right now. Imbalance, or rather, this is the rest, in fact, of a different squad that are really looking to be in a pretty difficult spot. Gabzuno, they're not in a particularly good, he's not in a good position for himself, and also Bone is just about making his way into the secondary swamp area. Might as well just be safe underneath that tree. No Shrek type characters coming to evict him just yet.
Stay in the swamp, absolutely ruin them when the time comes. Just kind of play that low angle and hope for the best, honestly. Taking a look over at the circle, though, the only team not in right now is going to be Spicy Fish, but I'm sure that's about to change as Tau, that solo player we spoke about, going to be playing inside.
Okay.
He took down Chris already, but now as he takes down Mike Terror, he just picked up 2 frags here for Imbalance. So either way, he's at least got an equal trade out of it. Let's see if he can maybe pick up some more, as the nade will be coming in. He manages to vault out at the very last second, but down to 6 HP is going to be 73 gods that peeks out the barrel, cleaning up, and there it is, Imbalance going down right now. They still have 2 players up, but it's not going to be ideal, especially in a circle like this where it's just going to be kind of a war of attrition to a certain extent. And look at this right now, Sociopath slapped, all getting involved, and Epic Flank just getting absolutely tore apart. Slapped is down, and now the question is, will the revive come out? Because look at all these different teams that have angles over on towards this fight.
The res is going to be difficult. Slaps will fall. Looks like Dialift should be able to be picked up, but the action, it's not stopping here, Chunks. Look at now who's coming in over the top of the hillside. This is just east of that fight we'd already seen, and that's another two teams fighting. Like you could, this is Gribbles taking the fight. So that's them going down initially. Now they might be trying to find a little bit more here. The Boomers need to try and recuperate. And there's a massive nade from Wicked Shots, able to take down two in response. The fight in a second turned back on a dime. The advantage now in favor of the Boomers. It's all right here, wrapping on the south side, looks for the spray, finds it, and that's going to be Blissey falling as well. They're down to one member. K-Cams does not care. And it looks like, in fact, the Boomers are just more than capable of taking them down.
Absolutely beautiful there. Boomer's going to be cleaning up as Demon Rise is going to be getting eliminated by Good God a little bit further to the north. Speaking of teams looking about to absolutely pop off right here, Eternity and Spicy Fish. Two super strong rosters right now that we want to be keeping an eye out for, but Vexel going to be getting caught by Sharp Shot on the rotate here. Spicy Fish going to be able to get the opening kill. I think it might just have been, honestly, is now, look, the rest of Spicy Fish going to be moving in, but True Sight are posted up. Let's see if they can maybe do something to hold them out. Never mind, it's going to be imbalanced. They get the opening kill, taking down Roth as well, and Sybil hops out, gets the trade, and 1v2's imbalance with the headshots. Down they go, but now the revives have to come out, and Keenan's still a little bit far back. True Sight could try and third party onto this, but honestly right now, Spicy Fish showing exactly what they're made of. Absolutely insane kills to start off the game for them right here.
And all of this because the circle went south. That Primorse circle we've been toying and teasing here, sort of coming into fruition. Spicy Fish had to make a big rotation. Imbalance were there, ready to respond. And now look at who is ready inside Primorsk. Papilli and Tilttown. They've got such a good coverage of this south side. They could be able to fire off shots at so many members here. They're currently looking toward Orion, our victors from game number 1, who have taken themselves a very commanding set position just to the north there. Remember, this is going to be phase 4 locking in about a minute, and that means that the most amount of water that can be removed will be removed. We're expecting this one to come hard to the north and potentially a little bit to the east as well. So teams like 300, who are still on the top of the quarry, they're going to be in a very good position themselves. And even this fight that we're seeing on the edge right now, Ad Astra, they probably won't have to move all that far, and puts a little bit less pressure on this fight to resolve itself so early on.
Yep, as we see, just a couple seconds till the zone pops. Aggro gonna be able to land the headshot on towards Krayshow with the bolt. Amazing plays coming out here from Ad Astras. They didn't have the strongest game. Spicy Fish going to be going for a bit of a rotate here. Also getting caught out, but it's Berry Vibes doing the serious work right here. 300 going to be trying their best to do the same as the circle gets ready to pop in just a couple seconds. We'll see exactly how things end up going. But it's going to be Good God opening up again on towards Ad Astra now. They've already cleaned up Demon Rises. Let's see if they can finish the job as the zone is going to pop. It centers up over to the northeast. Nothing too surprising there, but a lot of these teams over on the northern side are going to have a pretty rough push ahead of them now.
Yeah, Good God coming up against it here. They are the ones that are pushing through. Not only Ad Astra, who are still inside their compound, they've got Rise firing in from them from afar. The Spicy Fish and True Sight as well. They're in their own fight, but they could very well look to get involved. Beastio here, he's looking to try and finish off a kill that Spicy Fish started off on Civil. Finding another knock here and finishes this one off. Berry Vibes does fall. Now, True Sight, they are off on the hillside here. Salty Fish have reprimanded the compound from them, but True Sight still without any kills here. Need to try and make something out of this game, because although they've survived for quite a while, currently they've got nothing from it.
Look at this right here. Spicy Fish, they know they got the compound. Look, they're fine with that. The Spicy Fish, they are so confident. They're already flexed out of it. Arson here holding on towards the side angle. Kind of being saved by the third party from Orion, but now as Eternity start to move in, Skaz is going to be getting distracted. And I'm sure the rest of the squad are going to follow right here. Skaz going to be opening up with some big shots. They can't quite land, but now still keeping an eye off is going to be Sartus that opens up on towards Duality over on the northern side. Is that Astra going to be opening up? He tries to take down another. Doesn't really work out. Rise going to be losing players as well as they make the send in towards 300. It's Voxic and Neff that clean up the job there, leaving Chaudru as the final player left up. He's throwing down the smokes, but the real question is how long does he have left as Voxic? He lands the nade through, gets the flush on towards Wazupi. The flash comes out, but it doesn't quite work out as Chaudry going to be pinned. Now it's just a case of 300. Going to burn through a lot of utility to try and defend this fight, but instead deciding to just kind of back off for the time being.
No, they can very easily get third party, and that's exactly what happens here. Boomers from the fields just so far away here, but managing to find a knock, might be able to even pick up the flush as well here. Looks like the smokes and the cover being utilized very well means that the Boomers are just going to get the knock and nothing more right now. And now this opens up once again a push in the back potentially from Shaldrew, the solo that they'd put on in. But look at these SL, or rather SKS shots trying to make their way through. You can see currently just third party on third party. There's a big fight out on the north. This is finally that fight coming to blows here, and Shaldrew trying to push his way in through the quarry. Everybody's looking for a piece of this pie here, Chunks.
Yeah, we saw Good God as well. They also started to open up on towards that Astra as the knock is going to be coming out. Can he find the second? Not quite looking like it, as Acro going to be getting taken down. Real should be able to survive. That means the Good God going to be getting eliminated. Rise Esports looking like they could potentially follow suit if they're not too careful right now. Chaudhry remaining standing, but as the Molotov comes through, he's going to be forced to move, and Neff's going to be ready for it. Barrel spray comes out, and down goes Chaudhry. Rise Esports down in 11th right now as we're into our top 10. I kind of wonder here what the play is from Spicy Fish, because what is this split that they're rocking? The 1-1. I'm not even sure where the teammate is right here.
Keenan is on the far west
Oh,
side
he is.
right
You're
now,
right.
and then Uncivil is just lurking on the north side. Keenan, at this point, right, you're 2 members strong in Phase 5. You're just looking for kill points. Keenan could very well find himself another couple here. Currently, Uncivil is the one probably playing for the placement, and it's going to be Keenan the one playing for these kills here on the edge. Revel and Sartus, they're just sat like ducks. You can't prone in front of a man like that. That should be a very easy pick up for Keenan. Finds one. Sartus the second. Doesn't quite go down. Does make it back to the shack. She's going to come on through, and Keenan now needs to be careful. This is going to be true sight, but finds one with the AK and doesn't quite find the second. The drive-by meta just too strong. Arson comes up clutch and picks up the response here. The question though becomes, does he get the res in time? 9 seconds before the circle closes. He might get the res. There's another team pushing over the top with Boomers as well. This is on the other eastern side. They're trying to make their way forward, and we've just seen one player go down from Salty Fish. That's that nade coming through Orion. They managed to wipe out True Sight going for that res, and they steal away the kill from Salty Fish too.
Dirty's in. He saw the kill come through in the kill feed. He knew a player was knocked. The nade comes out. He just absolutely, pops off on it. Will be able to pick up the kill. There's 4 so far for Orion. A strong start for them as Astra, are going to be going down in 9th. We're into the placement points, but is Bopley going to be getting eliminated as well? It really isn't ideal here for Tilt Town with Eternity moving in from the side. D-Stem going to be able to open up on towards Voxic as Nahak's doing what he can from range to try and provide some support. He's got himself the Mini 14 with the 4X, but the smokes gonna break that line of sight, making things just a little trickier here for Boomers as D-Stem just playing so aggressive right now.
They're just looking to try and find anything that they can. They've had a real pop-off game to begin with. Uncivil, unfortunately, flushed out of his shack. Very well played by 300 to find their success there. But now they're going to be coming to blows on this northern side here. 300 up against Boomers. 2 of our teams who've had such a good opening to this game. Nahax finds the opening. That's going to be head kick falling. Now Lata and Nefaho. They've got the 2 remaining members here to be fighting up against Boomers with a 3-man strong fight. Might well be a very difficult one here, and Boomers actually 4 people strong. A 2v4 situation. Neff opens up with the barrel, is able to find it there, but almost gets traded back on. Latta does indeed go down. Neff now dealing with 3 other members to get. Never going to be an easy task ahead of him right now. Peeks out with the barrel, finds one, doesn't find the transfer. Nahax even gets stolen away, so Neff unable to pick up any of those kills that he gets flushed out on. And it's Orion mopping up, third partying once again here. We saw Dirty's in get 2 kills with a nade. We can even see him stealing away 1 here onto Nahax, and D-Stem as well in the blue may well bleed out. Looks like the res just not going to come on through. And now Orion once again in this commanding position right now. This time they look a lot better situated. But look down at Primorsk here. We've got 2 teams trying to make their way out, and they're going to have a very difficult time of making it happen.
Definitely difficult. Might just be an understatement here, because take a look up at the top. Kingdom Esports, they've still not picked up a kill yet, but I know that Esteban is such a deadly shot because we've seen him perform so well in the past. Let's see if the rest of the squad are really able to make something happen out of it right now. As they look down over towards Tilt Town, they do realize that they need to make it into zone a little more with Lethal Association already going to be set up to the north. So right now it's just a case of Kingdom. They need to pick up some kills, and and then try to run the gauntlet, which, honestly, it's far easier said than done. Boomers, by the way, only got the Snorlax remaining, but with 8 kills so far, he's not going to be upset about it. Currently first in place of assists. He just needs to get those kills up right now for his team. Try and round it out to maybe a 10-point game, but honestly, you're in the top 6, 8 kill points. It's a decent game no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, they're going to be quite happy with this game regardless here. You know, if you're taking 8 points in terms of just kills, you're always going to be fairly coherent with that one. That's a good opening from Skask right there. Takes down Soup, and they even Tilt Town getting a piece of that action. It's going to be Evil Pickle and Andrelito there. Andresito rather picking up the kills for Tilt Town. Now they have to make their way out. Remember, we highlighted Kingdom Esports trying to be the difficult siege up next. They're going to be the ones that they have to try and push through. With Orion as well, they were able to take shots. If they're able to take shots onto Tilt Town as well, they're also going to be in a difficult spot making their way out. But there's a massive smoke line going up that he's in, overwatching it. And I'm not quite sure how reliable his 8x SLR could be when there's just so many smokes there. But you can see just spamming into them, even finding the connections to begin with. Tilt Town are getting absolutely obliterated. If they manage to make this through as 4, they're going to be very happy.
Yep, and it looks like that might just be the case as Botgog going to be going down. Savage finds the side angle, gets the flush on towards it. Miko still standing inside the smoke, however, it's going to be a rough one for him right now. Tilt down, they start to flex out more and more. Esteban and SKZ going to be posted up across the road. Miko might be able to make something happen, but as the nade's going to be coming out here from Savage, is looking rougher and rougher for him. We'll be able to spot him on the edge of the smoke. The flush coming out. Now only 2 players left up here for Kingdom. Esteban going to be forced to go for the heal as SKZ playing the outside. It's going to be a rough one, especially with Lethal Association getting the knock on towards Boppoli here.
Remember, Kingdom, they've got 2 people inside the circle, and it should be able to kill out Tilt Town right here. You know, they have to apex that hillside. There's not really a position for them to play over the hill, so they are going to be very much in the open here, whether it's to Orion or to Kingdom. And they should really have some limited days left in this game. But for the time being, at least, they're still up, they're still alive. And it looks like it's even Orion that are taking down SKZ as well right here. This is just the worst case situation for Kingdom. They're sat here with 0 kills. They've still got themselves a couple of placement points, but quite happy that we also get to just cheekily see their Snorlax still up and alive, still rocking around here for the Boomers. Could very well come in and be the thorn in the side that Kingdom really don't want to be finding.
Yeah, but speaking of thorn in the side, just take a look over at Orion now. Tilt Town thought they were completely open, then Dirty Sin just starts absolutely raining down fire. He doesn't land the shots on towards Evil Pickle, but now it's likely the rest of Orion just going to be posted up on towards this, looking down the hill. Dirty Sin, he spots out the cross. Is it too little, too late? Not quite, as he finds the body. He can't quite finish the job as Evil Pickle going to be going for the repeat. Maybe the headshot can come through. Zin able to find it, takes him down low as he follows up with the second 2 shots over on towards Andresto. They're not able to finish it up, but Savage looking like it could be the end of him right now. Absolutely posted up at the tree, catching fire from so many different players. Maybe this is the time for Snorlax to come alive, but realistically, when you're this late into the game, you're playing as a solo, those placement points just end up being so huge, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Snorlax just chilling for the time being.
Yeah, you only really want to be taking kills if you know that they're a solo here, because they mean more than just a single point. Essentially, you're getting yourselves not only the point for the kill, but also the point for the placement. And look at this here, just creeping up right now. They have absolutely no idea, but it's Tilt Town, the remainder of the squad that are trying to fight down on this ridge. This is the time for Snorlax to come alive. There are 2 teams with 2 solos looking to make plays happen. They're using utility left, right, and center, and Orion are the ones as well that could very well come out right here. Snorlax peeks over, takes down one. That's going to be Esteban falling very quickly right now. He could look to peek off along this ridge. Tilt Town have got a res to go on just over that hillside. If they go for that too soon, this could be Snorlax doing absolute work to net some more kills for his team.
Yep, Snorlax going to be able to take Andresto down low, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough for the time being. Never mind, I spoke too soon. There it is. It is going to be the shots coming out there from Snorlax to clean up the job on towards him now. 3 teams remaining, however. Orion have the high ground. Is it going to be enough to finish off the job on towards Snorlax, though?
And I think he's even got circle here. It's going to be very tight, very close if he's able to sneak his way in, but he could very well find himself a second position out of this. looking at the team inside the compound right here, we've got Lethal Association who have to leave their buildings. They've got Orion on the hillside who are going to be raining hellfire down on them the second that they move out. And Tedine, as well as Skazk here, they've got a really difficult task ahead of them. Remember, they're only 2-man strong, but up against 3 people in the compound. They might find themselves in a bit of a deficit here. That's a big headshot coming through from Hitman. And being posted up inside this compound for so long, you have to imagine that Lethal Association have got all the utility, all of the vests, helmet, and all of the gear in the world to try and take this fight.
Yeah, and it feels like they haven't really been taking fights either, so they'll have plenty of ammo to work with. It's a question of really, what's the balance looking like? Have they maybe overstocked on ammo a little bit, or are they going to be good for the time being? As right now, we see Snorlax, he's managed to sneak his way in just about down on the southwestern side, still trying to make his way in, with Orion just absolutely posted up on the top. Skaz, he's a bit over-focused on towards this Lethal Association fight, so for the time being, they're going to be safe, but honestly, Skaz is gonna be a little bit caught off guard if Snorlax decides to open up some shots here.
They know that there's going to be a snake on the south side. The real issue is, you know, if you're trying to overpeak here to get these kills onto Lethal Association, or again, as a dipole there, onto Orion, then you can get caught out by just your overpushing. If you're not checking all of your angles consistently, could catch you a little bit off guard. For now, though, Lethal Association, they're pushing up, and Orion, they've had to deep set themselves back onto the west side. They have fastly removed themselves from the hillside right here, and it's Lethal Association that have got themselves a decent enough position. They've got themselves a little split here. Sociopath and Hitman have moved their way up onto the hillside as two, with Dielift just holding the low ground here of the ridge, but now peeking out in the open. That is going to be Tadine falling instantly. Hitman gets the knock, going to be flushed out by Sociopath. It's now Lethal Association up against 2 solos here. The fate of the double back-to-back for Orion resting on Skazk's hands. The 1v3 going to be up against it right now. The M4 in hand utility being used. Is he going to be able to clutch this one up?
It's not looking likely as there it is. Sociopath finds the shots. Lethal Association with their first chicken dinner of the round. 8 kills. Not a bad one by any stretch, Rude. But realistically, man, what are your thoughts right there? Any teams that we maybe didn't see at the top end that we want to be keeping an eye out for going into the later games?
I think that looking at it right there were a lot of our top heavy hitters that we were anticipating would do well that, again, not quite coming out of the gate as we'd imagined, right? We've been hyping up Spicy Fish the entire night. They get themselves a fair few kills. It's worth noting that with 6 kills and an 8th place, they get themselves 7 points overall. But I think that the sort of issues for these lower on teams are sort of stemming back to more sort of fundamental lack of understanding, right? If you're getting taken out so early on for fighting for compounds on the edge of the circle, there comes a point you just leave, get in your vehicles, and sometimes that's not possible, so you have to take the fight, right? I'm not saying this is an all case fits all, but you know, if you're trying to make these plays happen, rotations are very difficult at sometimes, and if you're looking to make things come on out a little bit better, then maybe just get yourself in there, and maybe thinking a couple steps ahead could be the way to success.
Wise words there coming out from Rude, dude. Sometimes you gotta just leave. I think it's it's something that a lot of teams maybe don't realize enough. They just overcommit sometimes. So, you know what? We're gonna take a very short break before we hop into our 3rd game of the evening. Stick around. We'll be back in just a couple moments with our 3rd and final Erangel game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. It appears I might have got a couple timings wrong with the timer. We are back 3 minutes early. Hey, it's better to be 3 minutes early than 3 minutes late. That's the best way to think about it. Game 2 is in the books. Rude, run us through the leaderboard real quick.
Of course, right. And as we'd anticipated, having top two finishes here, Orion at the top of the leaderboard, 34 points. Spicy Fish still holding down that second place position, even though they got themselves an 8th place there. They got a fair few kills as well, so they're more than content with their positioning at that point. And Lethal Association, our game 2 victors there, able to come away in third place now. Worth highlighting as well that we've got Boomers and Tilttown nicely positioned in that 4-5 position. They've got themselves, obviously, Boomers with a big game in game number 2 right there off the back of Snorlax's wonderful snake maneuvers and a couple of nice little pickups there in the 1v1s that mattered the most, puts Boomers into that 5th position. Notably, for a team that, me and Chunks here, we've both had our eyes on. 300 currently outside of that top 4, though. The night is still young. There is still plenty of games to play, and the round itself, even younger than that, so they're going to be more than happy. And at the minute, no teams out of the running by any metric. Everybody should still be more than happy to go. My personal tally of has everybody got themselves a point, didn't even wait until game number 2 for that to happen, and 3 points for every single team at this point. Definitely nobody on those donuts.
Definitely not, and it just shows the strength of the lobby. But you know what, Rude, I think it's that time. It's game number 3 of the evening, our 3rd and final Erangel game. What do you think of this playing path, man?
It's essentially, right, just a mix of games 1 and game 2 here. We're going from Novo once again up to Severny here. So we've got ourselves the start point from game 1, the end point of game 2, and they're going to combine to make for a fairly eastern overall playing path. So heading over to the west this time, pretty difficult. Teams that may be wanting to loot up around South Georgia, pull around Zaki, wherever it may be, going to be a little bit hard pressed to find that loot spot so early on here, and might very well have to adopt what the style that Spicy Fish went for in game 2, where they just say, hey, this is our loot spot, we're going there. We come into the circle late, that's fine. We're going to take that hit on the blue, on the meds, and have to sack off a little bit of resources in that fact. But, everybody's fairly happy with that distribution regardless, because, you keep yourself nice and safe, able to get your way into the circle as a 4-man, always the most important factor. And taking an early game hot drop, just not really worth it.
Definitely not. And I mean, you know what? One thing I think is an interesting one here is Spicy Fish. They really switched up the drop spot. They went, really far north last game. They had a long rotate in, and honestly, it worked out. What I want to know is that the standard, like, you can rotate in, you can play edge and like that, or is it just a demonstration of how strong this Spicy Fish roster is, where sure, game 1, they had that central compound, but game 2, they absolutely fought their way in?
I think it's a good mixture of both, that we're getting to see both of the class of Spicy Fish and then also just how versatile you have to be to play Battlegrounds here at its highest level, that you need to be able to adapt to every single circle, be able to just accept that some games you're going to be playing on the edge, and you'll see the best teams, if they get themselves a rough shift, go, all right, guys, we're not winning this one. Let's make the most of it. Let's get some kill points here. And then with, the still super points format system, they're going to be more than capable, more than happy to be doing that. Of course, with the introduction of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, that becomes a little bit more controversial. But overall, with this tournament in mind, everybody, at least with that knowledge that, hey, kill points, they do you a lot, are going to be trying to farm those like they are candy.
Definitely. And you know what? It's good, the fact that, we're not throwing them in at the deep end. We're not having, a last minute change of, settings. Everyone's going to be pretty familiar with this. But, speaking of that winner winner chicken dinner, let's take a look back over at PGIS when we saw all of these, Spicy Fish players, bar Keenan, absolutely dominating, honestly. And I want to get your insight here, Rude. We've seen them have a strong performance game 1. I know a lot of people were a bit worried about the fact that, look, this is a squad full of IGLs here. Yep. Do you feel like they're going to run into that potential counter calling, or is it a case of they're all on the same page, one person makes the call and everyone follows, and just the sheer fragging power of this team is able to kind of compensate for that?
Now, I think that the weaknesses of this roster in this lobby aren't going to be exploited. I think I'm going to tell you, it's not necessarily a hot take to say that Spicy Fish are one of the best lobbies coming in here, that they can maybe get away with some more lax calls, and, with one person makes a slightly wrong decision, the ability to just outshoot people is something that can save them in a lot of situations. I think that any weaknesses that Spicy Fish have will be exploited further in the round. So it's a little bit early to say, oh, they've got 3 IGLs, these guys aren't going to be able to make any decisions because they're all going to be at each other's necks. For the time being, I imagine they'll be fine, and those weaknesses will yet to be exploited. We might see some, there's a very real possibility that we see a split decision, or people, arguing, or whatever it may be. We're not obviously going to get that on cast, But at the same time, you might see a little bit of a hesitation to go for a call in that fact. So I think that for the time being, Spicy Fish should be fairly confident with just bare basics and being able to outshoot everybody else with their fragging power.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who exactly is IGLing, but let's be real here. If Keenan's IGLing, nobody's counter-calling that. They will just get yelled at into oblivion. No one counter-calls Keenan. You know, that man is just... That man is not afraid of noise complaints, let's put it like that. But you know what? Speaking of neighbors, Ad Astra and Good God, both becoming neighbors potentially very soon, as Define Legit going to be looking to try and find an angle here. He's got the K9. It's ambitious if he chooses to take the shots, but honestly, Define Legit, he is one of those very, you know, ego players. He's not afraid to take a big 1 versus 4 fight, and you know what? Sometimes he gets punished, but when he hits it, they're just so much sweeter.
And when people like Ad Astra here are just sat posted up, they were stood still a little bit. You know, that bolt action becomes ever more important. They've, though, baited it very well right here. Duality inside the building right there. They made sure that he was nice and safe, and then opening up with the iron sight. Takes down one, looking for the second. Rahel on the right-hand side of the van now in a 1 versus 1. Down HP. Look who's coming in from the north, though. There's support here for Good God, and there's nothing here for Ad Astra. Rahel has a very difficult time ahead of him here. With no first aid either, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Pushing out on the side, it's just too easy here. But now the rest of Ad Astra have pulled up as well. Shooter, the only member left alive, and just like that, Ad Astra have gone down, and Good God, the recipients of, well, only 3 kills, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sarti, you can't be hopping out of a moving vehicle like that. How are you, you know, expecting to help your teammates? You've just taken, you know, that amount of fall damage, and, you know, 1 or 2 bullets. They were just enough to finish the job. There it is, Good God, 3 kills for a 3-man. It's pretty strong to start off the game. Still 59 players alive as we hop in to that 6-minute mark. The zone has started moving in. What are we thinking here in terms of maybe circle predictions, though, Rude?
Okay, so predictions rely for me very heavily on Circle 2 here. I see a lot of shooting range style endings coming through. Maybe not from this one, would require a very hard northwest shift. But at the minute, the river is just a little bit south set in the center. There's still a very real chance that this one comes back south, and then we see an ending in and around. It's a very similar situation to what we saw in game number 1, probably just north of Pachinki, more so than anything else. But this circle, obviously, you know, the nature of PUBG is that it can go anywhere, and Circle 2 tends to be a bit more predictable for making those calls and sort of IGL recognizing where they want to go. Andresito here with the drive-by, looking to get a piece here of I like Yukuchi, but not yet making it happen, unfortunately. And this could be a crash onto Cube, maybe. Are they going to try and go for this one?
Hey, you know what? I respect it here from my Light Yukuchi, because look, they were able to immediately group up with the rest of the squad. They apply the pressure on towards Tilt Town. They're going to be forced to back out of it now, and on the you know, topic of applying pressure, look at this. Orion with the mini shots, just keeping Demon Rises at bay. The rest of them going to be rotating round to the north. The shots will still be opening up, but now Mike Terra and his teammate both going to be hopping into the vehicle, most likely to get away from this once they know that the northern side's clear. But no, they are just going to be rocking a 2-2 split for the time being.
And, you know, sometimes in Circle 1, that will cost you, but I feel like with the position they've taken, it's so very central that teams crashing it is going to be a bit untoward. Chiller there with the SLR did get a quick connection, unfortunately unable to find the complete knock, but hey, getting a little bit of ADR never hurt anybody at all, well, other than the person that you're hitting, of course. For the time being, though, posting up in and around that Grandma with 2-2 split with the rest of Rise off on that warehouse as well. They're going to be looking to at least vie for a north shift. If not, they've got themselves a lot of space and a lot of information from the high ground that warehouse provides.
All I'm saying is I really feel for Rise there. There's nothing worse than shooting a tire out of a buggy and having it not spin out. Yeah. You know, you think that's pretty much a guaranteed kill, but you know what? Let's see if Nohax is going to be able to pop any tires as Gribbles moves down to the south. Now, let's take a minute to remember what just happened with Light Yukuchi when someone tried to, you know, catch them on a rotate. They just got absolutely torn apart. and you know, they were able to group up as a squad. No real trades came out, but I like the idea that I like Yukuji. Look, Gribbles goes out as a scout. If shots get taken at him, even if that vehicle does get shredded like happened last time, the rest of the squad, they're happy to group up. They're happy to take the fight. And, you know, they flexed and it worked last time. Tiltdown had to back off because they were only a 2-man. My question now, however, is, look, Boomers are posted up over here. They're in a really good position. If you come up against maybe a more confident squad than Tiltdown, how are you going to fare against that? What happens when they decide to fight back? Are we maybe going to see a difference in how things unfold? Are we maybe going to see, you know, I like Yukuji get a little bit punished by, you know, these stronger, more confident squads?
I think that that's when it becomes the case of, well, you need to leave. You know, the second that somebody starts actively drive-bying you and doing a very good job, you begin to recognize that, hey, this isn't the type of situation we want to be taking. But something that I like Yukuji will be in the presence of is an attempted bridge cross right here. Palix goes for the spray, but gets turned on. Voxic with that exact drive-by takes one down, takes down the second. And just as though you'd predicted it here, Chunks, the exact thing happens. Just tries to group back up, but he's too late here. Palix and Blissey are already down, they're already dead, and he's got to just leave with his tail between his legs.
Flashy does what he can to get involved with the MK, but it doesn't work out as Neferhor going to be able to return the fire. Does take him down low. And 300 here, they are not the kind of team that's going to back off of this fight. I genuinely, it would not surprise me here to see... I was about to say to see them just full send and seat swap it, but no. Neff just spams through the smoke, finds the final shot, down goes one. Gribbles, the final player left up. And that has got a sting right here for I Like Yukuji.
It definitely has. As though you'd literally just mentioned it, there's a lot of sort of backing up power there from 300. They go in, they try and get sprayed out of a car. The Voxic just says, no thank you, hits the seat swap, takes down 2. And now the rotation, sort of the walk of shame right now for Gribbles. He scouted out this area previously. All of that scouting going to need to come into fruition here as we got ourselves a very hard northern shift right now. And a lot of teams rotating out and about. We've got Rise. They've got themselves a little bit of danger. They've got some company. This is just Chiller in a 1v4 situation. Again, now getting pulled up on by the rest of the squad. Looks like Waratorium is trying to help out, but he's pulling up into a 2 versus 4 here. 3, in fact, with Wazupi in the top floor, who's probably going to go down to that Molotov.
Molotov does connect, as probably I think anyone would have predicted after taking shots like that. Chiller going to be opening up, however, through the iron bars, but he can't really hop out to do anything. Berry Vibe's going to be able to get the knock on towards it. It leaves Chaudhry and Waratorium as the 2 remaining players. They're going to be looking to try and find something. Zormark's holding that corner. Chaudhry going to be moving back, and there it is. Rise Esports, they look like they want to move, but True Sight are not relenting right here. Gizback going to go for the spray. Can't quite finish the job, and, you know, as Rise decide to group up back towards the warehouse, the real question is now, do True Sight just full send it in, knowing it's only a 2-man left up?
There's a very real possibility here. For the time being, they're inside the circle. They don't need to make that play, but they definitely can do. There's just action so far. With a hard shift like this, 300, they're not stopping with the drive-bys. Head kick takes down Code Miko, and the rest of Kingdom, they have been able to make their way across. They've gotten out to the north. Looks like Voxic here with in tandem there was able to use Latter as a bit of a turret to put some pressure down onto Lethal Association as they make their way out to the north. Again, going through the blue, something that you can get away with in these early game circles. At the minute, still does just the single damage per tick, but you're coming in later and later, you need to be more cognizant of that blue. And with those 2 teams taking pretty much the same rotate, there's a very real possibility that Kingdom Esports and both and Lethal Association both come up against one another on their paths into this new circle.
Spoke about being aware of the blue. Now with this next circle about to pop, how aware a team's going to be of where this next phase is going to pop? I think this is going to be one of those circles that lightly we could see, you know, a shooting range kind of finish, but it's still all up in the air. It could still hard shift up to Severny. Look, we're only in phase 2 going into phase 3. The water circle hasn't come out yet, so there's the potential of a hard shift up north here. So we'll have to keep an eye out for it, as in 15 seconds, it's going to be popping.
There's a lot here for teams to be fighting for, and you can see here people in the prime real estates. Honestly, if Rise were 4 up, they'd be in a good spot because they have, like we've said, that vision from the warehouse to be in such a good spot. With the circle showing, we now know that it's going to be a sort of crossroads style ending with gas station holding a little bit of priority as well here. Spicy Fish are in a very good position. There's Demon Rises as well, and that's unfortunate. That's very unlucky as Shaldrew peeks out, finds one, finds two. There's another one up to the north though. Two people pushing through. It's the drop shot. He's unable to find it. A very nice effort right there, but very Vibes able to recover. And that should very well be the full 4-man keeping themselves alive here for True Sight. Takes them 2 compounds and a couple of fights, but they do take down that entire squadron that would have loved to keep themselves alive. Rise just getting caught out, slipping with their rotation. Didn't anticipate that they'd have pushed quite so close quite so soon.
Berry really coming in clutch there for the squad, but speaking of coming in clutch, Headkick's gonna have to do the same as 300 start to move in over on towards Good God. He tries to find an angle, but the fire is returned. Now 300, they have a rough decision ahead of them. Do they want to get involved right away? Do they want to maybe go a little bit deeper into zone? They're not quite inside circle, but honestly, with Neferher rocking that MK now, he's going to be looking to find some kills. Takes down Grayshow. Now the push. If there was ever a time that 300 decide to push, this is going to be it. Headkick going to be hopping into the vehicle. Can Define legit maybe make something happen here with the Scar? He goes for the spray, but it's Nefer that finds the shots with the M4, leaving Duality as the final player left standing. He preps the nade. It goes through. It's looking close, but it's not going to be enough to find any just yet, as now 300 have just absolutely taken control of this compound. Later is going to be getting third party, but I don't think they have to worry too much about Orion because there's just so much open space between them. Sure, they're going to lose one player. Now they can just pretty much full send over on towards Duality at some point as the Molotov lands through. He goes for the underhand nade. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough though at this point, or whether he's just going to bleed out. He looks like he'll survive for the time being, but in come 300 looking to try and finish off what they started.
There should be a very easy mop-up right here. Looks like the nade prepped and primed. They're trying to push on in here. He's going to be able to escape to the bathroom. The nade does a little bit of damage, but Voxic comes on through, cleans them out. There's even a possibility, never mind, that they could have got the res. Latter indeed does bleed out. Orion able to pick up that kill. For 300, this is the team we wanted to see here. We talked about them not being in our top 4 just yet. They come out and they make a statement in game number 3. We've lost 3 teams, and 300 are responsible for 2 of them. They've wiped out 2 squads almost on their own right here, taking out 3 members there of excuse me, so whoever it was there that was there in the first place. They were able to find those kills. Orion now staring down at them, and this feels like the first real challenge that 300 are going to have to face.
Yep, as the circle, kind of donut a little bit here. So, I mean, the teams in the center, like Spicy Fish, like, Demon Rises, they're going to be looking pretty strong in a circle like this. But I kind of focused it up on this northern side for a second, because just take a look how congested Severny is. Look, 2 teams here. Let's not forget about the teams over to the west and over to the east who also have to make their way in at some point. It's really not ideal for any of these squads right here to really make it in towards the circle.
They're going to rely exclusively on vehicles, and this circle itself not very forgiving in terms of the terrain that you can play. There's a couple of little shacks, and there's very little real estate overall. There's one shack in the center that's actually been already taken, and we're looking here toward it. I think that this fight out of Severny, I mean, it's mutually assured destruction at this point. Both of these squads have got to A, fight up against one another, and then B, make their way to safety. It looks like Lethal Association have just decided they don't even want to take the fight, and they are just going to try and rotate off the back. Looks like 2 people making their way out already are going to be getting away with it here, but it depends how far they can get to go, because there's already a team in that bunker. This is going to be Boomers looking to try and set up shop for this impending crash.
Look at that underhand. They go straight over the top of Wicked shots now, as how the tables have turned from Boomers having complete control over the bunker. Now it's Lethal Association that are going to be set up over on top of it. Snorlax taking fire, however, as Bot God coming in from behind, going to be able to get the knock on towards that. That leaves the Hacks as the solo player to hold off Kingdom. He manages to land the nade, but is it going to be enough, as Wicked shot's going to be getting crashed by yet another one? He can't find the shots though. Die Lift as well has been able able to make it through. The headshot comes out over on towards Hitman, though, as now it's all down to wicked shots. Can he make something happen? Not looking like it. Barrel spray comes out. Nahak's going to be the solo in Kingdom, looking to find an angle on towards this now.
There's just a single member. It looks like Wicked Shots may be trying to crawl up for a res here. Kingdom have been fairly tentative on their approach, but look at those shots coming in. The third party means that it's going to be Eternity that pick themselves up that little kill point right there. The Molotov in the bottom of the bunker. It's going to knock down Hitman. Whether or not that turns into a flush remains to be seen there with a res already en route. Kingdom, they're on a send of their own right now. They've got a drive-bying mini sentry gun just trying to ring on out. Looks like they're trying to crash in onto Spicy Fish here, and that's the one team that you really don't want to be going for. They've been crashed on. It's Uncivil that finds the opening knock. Second one with a massive nade. It's just Keenan. Rips them off the face of the earth.
So many crashes coming out here as Keenan finds the need on towards one squad. It's Demon Rises that find another, but as Savage accidentally takes down Boppoli, Evil Pickle now going to be the final player left up inside of this compound. If 300 were paying attention, they're going to be looking to try and make a push from up the hill right here, but they've got themselves a little bit of a dip to work with. As Nahaks now will be getting eliminated here by Eternity. We take a look over at the zone, and honestly, very few teams going to be inside here. Let's see if Orion can make something happen off of the high ground, though.
They're going to have all of the circle at their mercy. Of course, it does mean that the entirety of the circle can start firing on back, though. Currently trying to sweep out their east, make sure that they're easy to make their way down there. And honestly, they will want to try and take 300's position unless they have vehicles, in which case they can make a send for themselves. But coming down that hillside, it's not just 300 you have to fight. It's every other team that can oversee you. Look at this here. They're looking toward Eternity. Eternity, who have just wiped out Lethal Association. Now they're going to be looking to try and make their way down off the hillside. Looks like it's Evil Pickle that makes that even harder as Dirty Sin does fall. True Sight, though, getting sieged on themselves. Berry Vibes inside the shack right now. Hops into the smoke so that he doesn't get absolutely utility into oblivion there. The pre-fire comes on through, but now, sat inside this smoke, might well give up the game very soon here. The rest of his team trying their best to support because this is a fight far outside of the zone.
I love what Berry just did there. He knew exactly where the players were going to be, so he pre-fired the angle. He does land a couple shots, but it's not going to be enough to get the flush as the door will open now. Maybe he can land a couple more. The Molotov comes through, though, and he's just getting absolutely pinned. Berry, your days are numbered, but he's still alive just about. It's Noel, however, from range that picks up the knock. True Sight going to be losing. Berry is Imbalance now, going to be making yet another crash. Tau going to be looking to try and move in on towards True Sight. How aware they are. This Gizmac pops up over the top. He's going to be aware now as the shots will start to open up. Tau going to be going down. The rest of Imbalance trying to go for the peaks, but they are just absolutely torn apart. Tau and Gap both go down now as Bone and Leo still standing inside the shack. But the question is just how much longer are they going to be able to survive for here, because they have an absolute opening to make it across of. And now with Epic Flank also getting involved, they are just pinned up against the blue.
Yeah, and this should very well be the end here, short of some tremendous knocks. I am imagining Imbalance do go down. That's one knock for low there. That should very well be followed up by a second, whether it is by the blue or by some SLR shots coming on through. This will be the end for Imbalance. Gapzuna falls to the blue zone. It's just a matter of time. They actually managed to pick up the res there, so a good point, Niall, actually denying that one away. But now it's another crash. Epic Flank getting drive-by. This is Orion making their descent down the hillside. Not in the format that we planned, but they're definitely getting away with it a little bit here, unless the third party comes on through. It's actually a very decent hold by the opposite two members of the Epic Flank right there. The 2-2 split comes out in a big way.
Absolutely huge coming out from them there as they tried to make a push in, but it doesn't quite work out. Roth opting to move back with the rest of his squad now as we wait to see how the next zone pops. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. There's no way you can deny that, as Gizmac going to be able to take down Noel. He finds the flush as well, but the circle is going to move down to the southwest now, and you got to say they're looking pretty strong in this position as Voxic going to be able to find yet another kill on towards Badger.
300 on 10 kills right now. That plateau that they found off the top of that hillside has served them well. They've been able to pick up another couple of kills, and you can see that Spicy Fish now outside of the circle, starting to formulate their plan. This is where those three IGLs will be coming to blows here potentially, or just having this tandem plan, knowing exactly what they want to do, exactly where they're going to play here. Roth, you can just see scouting out, seeing what's available, looking to see if there's anything that they can be taking here. Little do they know central position right now is very much crashable here, with just Evil Pickle from Tilt Town, and now with that knock from Sharp Shot could open up Eternity to a whole world of spicy fish flavored pain.
And now with Evil Pickle also looking to peek up over the top, it could make things pretty rough here. True Sight going to be losing one as well. The Spicy Fish, they really played this well. They managed to get the dip. They didn't decide to play the plateau that was already taken. Instead, realizing, look, if we get a couple knocks over on towards True Sight right here, we can continue to make our way in. Arson will be going down, getting flushed out, as Zulmox going to be looking to try and get the revive on towards Gizmac. It should work out, but honestly, True Sight, they have to crest over this ridge soon. And I mean, Dr. Claw still has the high ground from this position.
Should very well be able to pick up those kills, and at the very least will put their position on the map. You know, if people are ever shooting, you're always kind of curious as to who they're shooting at as well. You imagine that 300, potentially Spicy Fish as well, have got themselves a decent angle onto this ridge line here, just using their smokes for the time being. Not really to all that great effect, because they're going to have to make this open run, and as soon as those smokes elapse, it is just time bought. It's a preventative measure more so than anything else, and it doesn't really do all that much when your time runs out. But for the time being, they've got themselves at least a route into the circle, and yeah, the second they go too far north, it's Sharp Shot, Spicy Fish. They're just able to light them up, and their quick little kill points funnel into Spicy Fish as opposed to into Dr. Claw and Low.
Now, the question is, however, who is the next target of Spicy Fish? And it appears to be Eternity, as a beautiful nade comes through there from Uncivil. Picks up a 2k. Evil Pickle tries getting involved. He gets the knock on towards Civ. But now, Spicy Fish, they've just cleaned up a squad. They're ready to clean up yet another one. The circle has, you know, started to close in. It's about to pop one more time as we head in towards phase 7. But just look at this push coming out here from Spicy Fish. They're waiting. They're getting set up. Sure, Uncivil is going to be down, but even as a 3-man, this is not a squad that you want to be taking engagements against.
And we could very well see the clash of two titans come to blow right here. Roth picks up Lowjacks there. That's going to be epic flank down to just that single member. Dr. Claw medding up at the rock right now. But Spicy Fish, 3 members up and alive. 300, 3 members alive. Evil Pickle here for Tilt Town. He's picked up a quick knock and flush onto Spicy Fish. If he's able to replicate that 3 times over, then there's an opportunity, and then he'll be in a good spot to make something happen. But it's not going to be looking all that easy, with the circle shifting as well off to the northeast. There's an entire side of the road that's just not taken, and it's Spicy Fish and Evil Pickle, the 2 teams that are left still inside this circle, that will be able to rain down on the teams that have got to try and transition their way into phase number 7.
Let's not forget, though, look at this. Dr. Claw all the way behind is going to be trying to find an angle here. The question is he going to decide to take the shots? There's 10 seconds till the zone starts to move. We know he's going to have a rough time ahead of him. Evil Pickle going to be landing through the nade. Does some damage on towards Sharp Shot, but not going to be enough for the kill for the time being. A Spicy Fish, they technically have the best position in the zone. They can play this ridge for the time being. And the real question is, how's that going to work out for these other teams? 300, they're going to hear the vehicle rotating through now for Dr. Claw is down. He goes. That leaves only 1 player left up now as a solo. It's going to be Evil Pickle, but look at this. 300. They are just absolutely moving down this hill, getting ready to sweep. They know that their rear is clear. So now it's time to, you know, add to that kill tally. 11 so far, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more come out here.
No, look at the rotation, though, from Keenan. It's actually going to be massive, the fact that he's been able to move over to the other side. But for the time being, it's Roth opening up with that M4, stood on top of the rock, an incredibly brazen peak, but one that almost pays off. If they're able to find a knock there, that halts 300 in their tracks. Evil Pickle takes down Neff, and it's Head Kick that finds the response. But it's Spicy Fish immediately there to respond. That's going to be Roth taking down Head Kick, and for now, it's just a single member for 300. It doesn't even matter. Just like that, Spicy Fish take the game. They take 13 kills as well, and that's finally their chicken dinner coming on through.
It felt like it was a long time coming, but I guess it just kind of proves, you know, the best teams, it isn't all about getting the chicken dinner. It's about that consistent placement, and I think, you know, Spicy Fish really proving there that they are the strongest team in the lobby, but it isn't all about the chicken dinners. You've got to get those kill points, and you know what? They really demonstrated that well. So a really impressive game coming out there from Spicy Fish for our final Rango game of the evening.
And with, of course, 300 moving their way in, they did a very good job pretty much throughout that game. They just clapped everybody that tried to stand up to them until the very end. It was that solo of Evil Pickle that really was the issue that costed them so much right there. They had to try and take that fight as a 2 versus 3, and then the opening knock coming back through from Roth once again, just making it just too difficult to clutch up. And it is spicy fish, you know. If you're up against somebody else in a 1v3, there's a chance, but there's credit where credit is due. Both of these top 2 teams showing why that we'd pegged them to at the start to be our top squads.
Now, the real question is, how are things going to translate as we hop over into Miramar for our fourth game of the evening? But before we do, we're going to take a very short 5-minute break. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Erangel is down. It is Miramar time. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Rude Dude. And Rude, I know you cast a lot more EU than you do NA. What are your thoughts after these games so far this evening?
Very, very impressed, to be honest. I mean, I was never going to come into these and be baffled by the overwhelming lack of skill, right? There's clearly a lot of teams that know No, that's why I was never going to be able to. There's obviously a lot of talented teams in here. Please don't flame me, NA. You're a great region. I mean, they obviously looking very strong tonight. And I think that final game that we just saw on Erangel was sort of the perfect showcase of what NA truly has to offer, right? They've got 300 from start to finish, taking names. Spicy Fish found themselves the same sort of success that they had in game number 1, where they had themselves a central position early on, and from there on in, it never really looked like they weren't going to be establishing themselves with the most points during that game. Even game number 1, where they didn't necessarily win it, they still had the most points. So technically, I guess, I don't know how you would deem it, but I say winning the game as opposed to winning the match, but it's just personal preference that coming away with the most points is obviously the name of the game here. And with just 4 teams going forward, you need to be topping out in some of these games just to even stand a chance at going through.
Speaking of which, let's take a look over at the standings so far, see how everything's stacking up. And I mean, are we shocked to see Spicy Fish in first?
No is the short answer. I think that the easiest thing for us to do is have a look at the rest of the leaderboard, right? See how everybody else is stacking up here. We've got Orion, 300 and Tilt Town all inside that top 4 still, and then we actually start to see a bit of a gap, right? You know, after 3 games, a 9-point gap, maybe to be expected, but at the same time it's sort of giving a bit of a hint to potentially where our top 4 teams could well lie. You know, we'd embraced the fact that we were expecting Spicy Fish and 300 to be in that top 4. The other two positions, I feel like we'd sort of decided could very well go to a lot more teams. There were going to be a lot of teams that were disappointed by the fact they didn't get in, and I'm happy to at least see that Orion have been able to consistently perform on Erangel. And I think that now, going forward into Miramar, we could see a lot of shake-ups going on that leaderboard, because there are a lot of teams that will be Miramar teams, there are teams that will be Erangel teams, and hey, if those Erangel teams have stepped up and got themselves into that top position, you know, the top half of the leaderboard to set themselves up for Miramar, then they might well be in a bit of a rough spot because they're going onto their weaker map, for example. And I want to also just, you know, quick shout out to our favorite named team, I Like You Cut G, unfortunately propping up the rear end of the leaderboard right now. But, you know, I think we've got to have faith that somewhere in there's a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think that can be said for any team, though. Look, we got 12 games. That means that theoretically most teams can get a chicken dinner. I think the problem is, though, we mentioned it coming into this lobby just feels so top heavy. Like, there's just probably about 6 or 7 teams that we're kind of predicting to take a lot of the points here. So I think that's going to be an interesting one to see. And I think, you know, judging from the leaderboard already, we are starting to see those teams that we kind of expected to come out strong absolutely doing it. One team, however, I feel like none of us were expecting. I think you know, we could have likely predicted the top 7, except for maybe Lethal Association here, because these guys are kind of a new name team, but honestly, looking over at the roster, still very strong, you know, players that have been around the block a few times.
Exactly, and with that sort of, maybe not necessarily tier 1 experience, but with the pedigree that comes from all of those games, that they have been able to amass themselves, you know, a decent amount of kill points. They obviously got themselves a chicken dinner as well, so they've been able to get themselves those points that they need to. At the minute, though, you know, you can see on the leaderboard, 11 kills, 21 total means that their only placement points have come from that win, so they are sort of, I don't want to say banking on that as their main source of points for the time being, but that is very clearly the fact that they got themselves a position and were able to play it out. And to get a position and then play into a victory is still a very difficult task. And Lethal Association definitely deserve their credit, definitely deserve that place in that top 5 here. But they're going to need a little bit more here, because, you know, you can look at that side of the leaderboard on the left, where you're seeing those heavy fraggers. They're sort of propping up maybe at the lower end of all of those teams, where teams even below them, like the Boomers, have got themselves just more kills, not quite necessarily the placement points to back it up, though.
Yep, and if you guys are wondering why we're filling so long, we're currently just waiting on one player, so I think we're going to take a short 2 or 3 minute break just while we wait for all of our players to get in, but we will be back as soon as we start loading in just a couple minutes. So I will see you guys shortly.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Masters NA Open Qualifiers, round number 2. Rudude here, joined by Chunks, and we're hopping straight on into the game here. We've got ourselves our first Miramar of the evening. We're going to be looking to see how these guys are looking to play it out. We've had 3 wonderful Erangel games, and now we're heading on over to the sandy map itself to see these dips and ridges and how well they get played out by these teams. Chunks, how are you feeling about going on to Miramar?
I'm super excited. I think, the map change, as much as, players are all used to each map at this point, I think it still gives players the opportunity to kind of show their strengths, because obviously those players that, they feel maybe a bit stronger over on those more long-range maps, maybe focusing on the DMR way of playing, they definitely tend to thrive over here on Miramar. And I think, it's also going to be an interesting one, because look, we're on live servers right now. We're not on esports servers, which means the patch that you guys are playing in public matches and everything like that, that's the patch that these guys are playing on. They are going to be rocking this new kind of SLR barrel nerf with that mini buff, and I feel like the mini already shone on Miramar. I'm kind of intrigued to see how things are going to look now with the new mini buff, whether we're going to see some changes, whether we're going to see some teams maybe perform a bit stronger, those mini players, or whether, things are going to stay the same and we're still going to see people kind of set in their ways about the SLR. And I mean, we should probably point out as well, look, this is our first Miramar game of the rounds. There's definitely the potential of a couple hot drops that could be coming out right here.
Especially with a plane here that we've seen a little bit eastern here with its trajectory, of course, going straight south to north, just along a fairly eastern start side there. Places all the way over as far as El Pozo, Chumacera, Monnuevo, Valdemar, things that teams very often look to loot. Going to require either vehicle rotates or just abandonment, honestly. And already, I think that we're seeing a potential for a little bit of a hot drop coming on through, maybe around Minas. And I think that if we take a little look potentially for that, that could be a bit of a fight during the early stages.
It definitely could be, as at Astra, they're going to be rotating through for vehicles very early on, as are Boomers. Neither team really wanting to make a move early, but as the zone pops, I've seen this circle end very badly for a lot of teams. I'm kind of intrigued here to see how these squads are going to be able to kind of work with this.
And this one, there's a road straight through the center, right? There's sort of valley of death here that if it goes into there, any team that has to cross either to the north, to the south, very much in a difficult position. They're going to be moving their way over that valley and finding it pretty difficult to do so. And especially if it goes even further to the east as well, there's a very real possibility that those circles are starting to crop up a little bit more. If we go further east of El Azahar, there are a lot of hillsides there that can provide a little bit of danger. But for now, we've got two teams in Minas looking to battle it out against one another. We'll have to wait and see which one of them can come out on top. It's Imbalance up against Orion here.
Yeah, in balance, you got to be a little bit nervous now. Sure, they don't know it's Orion yet, but as soon as they see those names in the kill feed, you got to start sweating, because these guys, they've been performing so well. Look, they picked up a chicken dinner, a couple good placements, but they've also been absolutely fragging out. They've been showing why they deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard, and I think it's fair to say, look, these guys are not going to let it go easy, as they already open up. Tadim going to be able to get the knock on towards Gapzuno, as the fire will be getting returned in from Tau. I don't think they have to worry too much, as even though that VSS, sure, it's been buffed, it can't quite finish the job right from that kind of angle.
And that's a really important pickup for Orion there. Imbalance, as Gapzuno was sort of the linchpin that was really disrupting Orion's positioning, holding down on the south side of Minas with them. Now that they've removed him, they've gotten rid of this sort of thorn that was tearing the team a little bit apart. They now should be able to coherently push forward if they want to, or just leave. And I imagine that Imbalance are going to opt into that secondary mentality there of, we should get away, we're down a member, we need to try and disengage from this situation. Especially with this circle as well, it's really important that you find yourself a decent position early on. And all of these teams that landed toward the west are going to be finding themselves pretty hard pressed to get into a decent position.
Yeah, one thing I kind of want to take a focus on right here is just take a look over towards El Pozo. Los Leones. We saw some shots already come out here as, El Astra, I believe it was. Ad Astra, I believe the team name is, and Tilt Town, as well as Boomers, all landing extremely close to each other. But that's also not over, because they still have Good God over here that could also cause some issues on towards this.
There are a lot of teams in very close proximity, and that means these rotations become very difficult and pretty difficult to anticipate here. Imagine the fact that Tilt Town can try and attempt to drive through Los Leones on that main road. They're just going to get sprayed out by Good God. You'd imagine that they obviously know that this team landed there, want to see them take their rotate off to the north, go on a different road, on a different way in. But like you say, they've got Nahax nearby from the Boomers, who is looking very far spread from the rest of his team, with the rest of his squad in and around Chumacera. But at the same time, all of these players that are so close to one another can quite easily find a little bit of action to go for. A little kill point here and there always sets you up for success. So be interested to see if any of them go for that little sneaky rat play, or if they're more convinced and just trying to farm up, get themselves to 4 people inside the circle, and move on with the rest of their game.
Now, Rude, everyone kind of has their preferences when it comes to, a circle like this. For me, I gotta say right now, Rise and Spicy Fish, they're fighting for the strongest position. This hill is just so powerful, but you also need to be cautious, because if this circle ends up banking up to the north right here, it could cause some huge problems for both of these teams, because they have to make the cross. Now, my question here is, how do these teams end up playing it? Do they decide to just fully, commit to this southern side, or are they going to maybe run a split over to the north of Pozo? As realistically, this circle, it is not... towards Azar, I should say. This circle, it is just not ideal to be holding just one of these ridges. I feel like the stronger teams you see often take kind of 2-2 splits here.
You're quite right. If you can get away with running a 2-2, then you definitely should be at least attempting it. You can see that Rise sort of adapting that into a bit of a 1-3 situation. Waratorium is just lurking on the south side there, and with the rest of his team a little bit further to the north. He's really not feeling all too pressured. right now, given the fact that there's a lot of people not too nearby. Now, a team that you've talked about banking on shifts, for example, if Epic Flank are staying here, they are hard banking on a south circle here because they're also playing very close to the coast here, and we've talked about water shifts and how that interacts. There's also some not too fun interactions with mountains here on Miramar that water shift also comes into play with, but that's something for a later date right here, as it's Eternity coming up against Demon Rises, but a couple of little pot shots from Steel. And remember, Eternity here, unfortunately playing it out as 3, not going to have the full utilization of the 4-man roster.
Yep, not ideal at all, but you know what? Sometimes that's how it's got to be. You can't wait for every player. Look, we got 64 players. Unfortunately, just the nature of PUBG is sometimes you have players that aren't able to connect to the lobby, and it's just not going to be one of those situations where you can sit waiting for half an hour just for one player. Maybe you can in other games where there's, you know, only like 10 players in a lobby. So it's unfortunate, but I'm sure they're still going to be able to perform well because, I mean, we've seen them playing well so far for Eternity. The question is, you know, are they going to be able to do it as a 3-man? And honestly, with their performances so far this evening, I don't think they're going to struggle too much right here.
And then they've got themselves a really good spot to open up with as well, where they are. They're in a really decent position to at least hold up for the time being, and you can see Steel providing support to his teammate. You can see right there that I believe that's Soup maybe trying to sort of disengage from those houses, recognizing that, you know, there are a team that want to try and take this position, and quite rightly evacuates, playing with discipline to his vehicles, able to get out and get back to being 3 members alive, because, you know, being 3 members and being 2 is a very different story. A 3v4 is something that we see happen all the time. A 2v4, not so much. That is when you need to really play your cards right and keep yourself on your toes, so you just don't want to be in that situation.
You know who doesn't want to be in this situation right now is Demon Rises. They got 2 players over in this compound right now, with True Sight already having made a push in. Tilt Town, they got involved on towards Croatia as well, as they took down 2 from Good God. But right now, you got to worry right here for Demon Rises, because look at the Might Terror doing what he can to try and survive. There's Chris still going to be around to the side. This is a bit of a rough moment right here for Demon Rises. Sure, they're still as a 4-man, but those other 2 players are all the way up on the hill. They can't really do much in terms of providing support for the time being.
Yeah, not with the close quarters combat, especially when God gets headshot. But it is the opening from Might Terror that puts Arson on his knees right here. He's the one getting pushed in on, though. And like you say, the support from the hillside just doesn't do anything up close and personal here. But another knock comes on through. Right now, Demon Rises would love to see them try and capitalize on this. They need to get down and help out Might Terror. And that's exactly what God is doing. Runs down off the hillside. It's an incredibly open run, but he's able to find the knock. Berry Vibes goes down. True Sight, they got a res back up there. Still 2 members strong here within a 2v4. We talked about it not being an advantageous situation. The Molotov going up into the top 4 now. Almost catches him alight there, and the spray comes through from Gods. Gizmak goes down. It's a single member remaining here, and Demon Rises. They have themselves a really difficult situation trying to take this fight, but they've somehow managed to turn it back in their favor. The barrel comes through. It's Chris. They clean it up. P1 Chris there for Demon Rises. 4 kills, in fact. It's just the 3 there, but a very strong hold.
Such a tight angle being played there by Chris. I don't think he was even expecting those players to be in that position, but hey, it works out in the end. We spoke about Good God earlier, Brood, and how they lost a lot of players early. That's really being shown right now. Duality, the solo left up. He has the minis, trying to take the engagement on towards Skaz, and if Orion have their spidey senses tingling, they're gonna know that it is only a solo inside this compound. There's only one gun is shooting. Dirty's in, tries to go for the drive-by, but for the time being, Orion gonna continue wrapping down to the south, straight in towards Savage.
And this could very well be Tilt Town getting funneled at least a couple of kills here. Orion a little bit split. Obviously, that drive-by effort has sort of left them a little bit out in the lurch in terms of their full 4-man groupage. But Pilly now has grouped up with Savage as well. I believe these were the guys that were able to take down the members of Good God. So Orion aren't going to be completely aware, right? It could just be a single member that was looking for backup in that saloon, but gets away with it. Looks like Tilt Town are even trying to put shots on Orion on exit. Because if we take a look there, with the circle that we've had up, it's gone hard over to the west as well. And everybody really who'd banked on the north-south divide, still a little bit unsure. It's more favoring the south, but it's a 55 to 45 split right here.
Yeah, I mean, the teams that are over on the edge now are going to be looking really strong. I got to feel like Ad Astra are going to be looking good off of this one, personally. I mean, they just have control of that western side. It's one of the few positions that can't be easily crashed, but realistically, any teams that bank on the northern side now are going to be scrapping for 2 or 3 different ridges. It's not going to be, you know, an easy hold like you might see, you know, in certain other circles. It is going to be a hard one for these teams to hold on to. Speaking of a hard one to hold on to, good God, Duality, the final player left up, looking out for Tilt Town, trying to find the angle on towards Savage, but not quite yet, as now goes for the spray. Is it going to work out? Yes, it does. Down goes Savage. Duality, you know what? He's picked up 1 point, and when there's still 54 alive in the lobby, 1 point is about as good as you can ask for from a player.
He's looking for a second as well here. The response shot's coming over the top, meaning that this isn't going to be too easy for him, but the couple mini shots do connect, and the headshot finishes the job. Andresito does fall, and that could very well spell the opening of Good God and picking up another couple of kills here. Running out in the open, it's the exact same thing that just got your teammate killed. This is not the exact move that we were expecting here, but looking for that res, they never want to be giving up a man. There is a player there for the res. Duality, though, holding the line incredibly well right here.
Yeah, Bopoli just getting absolutely torn apart right there as Duality going to try and find the headshot, but it doesn't quite connect just yet. Duality still inside circle, bear in mind, so you won't have to worry too much. But honestly, with this zone closing in, teams are going to end up scrambling for position if they're not in already. I got to say, Spicy Fish still looking like the squad in the strongest position, but another team that are looking strong, they were at Astra, and now they've just been absolutely crashed, so I guess it's anyone's game. As Hitman going to be getting tagged down low, that leaves only, you know, a few players left up here from Ad Astra's. Lethal Association just absolutely clearing through. Slap gonna be able to take down Shooter, gets the flush on towards it as well. So there's yet another kill coming out for them, followed quickly by Hitman. As Real gonna be going down. Sartus, the final player left up, only an AK to work with, holding out as best as possible. He spots out Die, will get the flush. There's 1 point confirmed, and right now it's just gonna be a case of Sartus trying to scramble for everything he can, but as his position's being given away, Hitman goes for the repeat, and there it is. Lethal Association taking down Ad Astra, down in 15th. As Rude, the zone has popped. How are we looking?
Well, it's a it's a pretty fun one right here. It keeps on moving over to the western. That position that Ad Astra have just lost, that Lethal Association have gained, now comes up again in priority. But I want you to take a look at everything that's going on the eastern side right there. So many fights right here. Duality still putting up a fight here inside that little saloon building. I think he finally did go down right there, but I mean, a valiant effort all the same. Looking at this circle, though, now, that position that Lethal Association did take for themselves does opt into the fact that you can go north and you can go south. That's the really important feature, that you're able to go out of that compound both ways on this ridge side. And that's kind of why teams prioritize it so greatly. But with obviously so many teams having to come back in on another western shrink. Whenever you get 2 west shrinks, it means that the eastern side of the circle going to be congested very much so on top of one another. A team that wants to make a good rotation, if they try and swing all the way round, coming in on that western side of the circle, they're going to have a field day with open terrain. But it's a lot more difficult to do that on Miramar with all those hills, all those ridges, and especially on this area as well. There's one single road that cuts through the circle, and it is wide open for the shots.
Yeah, definitely a rough one, and we always talk about it as the Valley of Death because it's hard to make the crosses, but it's equally as hard to, you know, just make a drive through it, especially if there are going to be teams kind of posted up here. Speaking of posted up, take a look at this right now. Spicy Fish posted up. They hear Epic Flank work their way around, but Uncivil with an Orm is a scary, scary sight if you're in this lobby. You see that in the kill feed, you instantly get your head down. Roth going to be able to spot out one. There's Tao going for the third party. Mini shots do land through over on towards Lojax, but he can't quite finish the job. Now Spicy Fish, they've given away their position. Civ and Keenan going to be looking to get more and more aggressive as Roth right now. His job is purely about keeping these other teams' head down, making sure they don't catch his teammates on the push. But as D-Stem starts to open up, it's going to be Kingdom Esports with the third party on towards Boomers. So now there's the opportunity that Epic Flank and Spicy Fish can kind of just take this team fight.
There's a lot of teams fighting on this eastern edge. It's to be anticipated with the nature of these shifts. Keenan finds the first opening there, looking to try and find a little bit more with obviously Epic Flank really reeling in their desperate position right here. Looks like they were able to pick up a res, and Spicy Fish, they know exactly what they need to do with these double west strengths. They need to clear out as much of their west as possible, and going for kills is going to be the best way to do that. We have two team fights going across multiple sides. There's two teams fighting in Junkyard. Spicy Fish trying to clean up on the north side of Junkyard as well, with the nades just barraging into that little shack right there. The smokes are up to try and buy some sort of time, but you just know that Spicy Fish aren't going to rest until every single member is taken out.
I think, you know, that is absolutely true. You see them pushing in more and more, and Sybil going to be holding the side anglers. Him and Sharpshot try to make a push. Imbalance will be going down as quickly down goes Noel. Dr. Claw, he's still standing just about. He's managed to get the heal off, but as he runs inside, that's going to draw the attention of Uncivil. The spray comes out comes the M4. There it is. Epic flank going down in 12th. Well played from them. But unfortunately, when you're up against an absolute wrecking force like Spicy Fish, it is just not ideal.
And with that as well, Spicy Fish, they clear out somebody on their east, on the south side, and now they're going to have to run all the way back up to the north to try and make something happen out of this game here. They've picked themselves up a couple of kills already, so they're looking pretty good. Who isn't, though, it's Wicked Shots, gets taken out. Code Miko with the mini, able to finish off that fight. That's the Boomers going down in 11th here. 6th place team coming into the game going down quite early on right there, so opens up for the leaderboard to start shaping up in a different way. Spicy Fish, once again, taking more fights right here. Looks like it's just Keenan holding point as the rest of Spicy Fish just look to save their vehicles, move off of the hillside, and plan their next way into the circle.
You know what? 3 kills so far from Spicy Fish. Not terrible at all. Definitely a strong performance for them. But honestly, they have a rough fight into zone. Now, if there's a squad right here, we spoke about it earlier, that can just rely on that pure gun skill to pick up that placement and get into the late game, it's going to be Spicy Fish. Now we're really going to test that theory, because look over at this circle. There's no real strong positions play, and especially as Orion start to make it through as well now, it's just not ideal right now. Look at this. Spicy Fish opening up. Roth and Uncivil both going to be able to take down a player apiece, but it's Firefighter that's taken down with the third party from range here. Orion, down they go in 10th. I mean, Spicy Fish, they're going to say thank you for the points and just continue placing those vehicles as they wanted to previously.
No, with that circle, of course, this north side, which we'd previously sort of assumed would no longer be of importance, is giving homes to 2 teams right here. We've got Eternity up there. There's also True Sight lurking on that top side as well, making themselves nice at home. Rather, Demon Rises, of course. True Sight got wiped by Demon Rises earlier on, and now Andresito over the top, making Tilt Town get another couple of kills. Kingdom just lurking and unfortunately complacent about checking their back. Nice little pick up from the barrel. Means that they're going to have to obviously be careful on this south edge, because there's still a long way to go, and there's a team waiting for them if they make it into the circle as well.
Yeah, it's not ideal for them, especially now down to just a 2-man. Boppoli going to be going down, but at least Andresito gets the trade. Esteban going to be getting knocked and not looking like he's getting rezzed anytime soon. The zone's going to be moving in, so Kingdom have to continue to make that push in towards the circle. Bot God, however, he will be opening up on towards 300, but quickly getting punished as Claude Miko going to be going down to Neferhor, and yeah, head kick finishes off the job. Down go Kingdom Esports, and honestly, 300 just getting absolutely punished there. Speaking of absolutely punished, look at this. Eternity just getting torn apart right now by Demon Rises. With only 2 players left up, it is not the position they want to be in.
And with 0 kills as well at the minute, they're relying on placement points pretty much exclusively right now, and that's just a single factor right now, just the one that they will be getting for being in 8th place. Circle updates and it goes again a little bit further south, so these 2 teams that have been occupying the north side going to find it hard to cross this Death Valley right here. 300 as well, they're taking names on the south side. There are 2 teams here that they can be mopping up. Whether they know that or not remains to be seen, but they don't really seem like they're too bothered about how many people they have to fight, just that they want to fight them all right now.
They smell blood in the water, and I think that's definitely going to be them striking, going to attack. The molly does come out here from head kick. It lands close, but it's not really going to be enough to find anything on towards tilt down, as it appears that 300, they have an idea that there's going to be players down towards this rock, and it's going to work out. Neferher goes for the spray through it. Will be able to take down one as Later gets the flush on towards Andrezito. Epic Pickle's still alive, so he does go for the spray. Now it's going to be a case of Neff doing what he can through the smoke, but he just can't quite find the line of sight. Evil Pickle taking a lot of blue damage. A couple bullets will finish off the job, but it looks like the smokes are going to be a bit of a safety net for the time being, until, however, Head Kick spots him out, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Evil Pickle going down to the blue in 8th place, so 1 placement point getting picked up here for Tilt Down. Let's see what teams are going to be able to make it in a little bit later, though.
I like Kikuchi managed to move around on the hillside of that compound. They're also now taking shots onto Spicy Fish right here, which could very well be a crash right here. But let's see, trying to hold the line and does so. Gets rid of Roth on Civil, though, with a good response. The rest of the team just a little bit further south. That's actually going to be a quick flush coming on through, and Civil responds to that one. Sharp shot. Very low on HP, but it just doesn't matter. Takes down Flash here, and now there's just a single remaining member. I think it's Paleka there off on the eastern side, who's got himself a tough task ahead of him. You can see on the north side as well, it doesn't get much better. Eternity now down to just Vexel. He's not even inside the circle. He's just thrown up at a rock that isn't in a position for him to be playing at all here. Final shots come through. I like Kikuchi go down. It's Wazupi from Rise Esports getting their first kill of the game. Been pretty quiet in this compound for so far, but now starting to come alive as more and more teams have to come off their hillsides.
Hey, look, they got a point eventually. That's all that matters. They got themselves good position. And the problem is, you know, in a position like this, it is so hard to get kills out of just because of those pretty much vertical hills. So you got to give Rise Esports respect for being able to make it in. But honestly, with Phase 6 about to pop, we'll see how things end up going. Wenko going to be able to clean up Vexel right now as, you know, we're going into Phase 6, but with only 5 teams remaining, it might just end up being one of those games where we see the circle end in, you know, a super early phase that maybe we weren't expecting. So it's going to be an interesting one here as the circle will pop. It will go up to the northwest, so Lethal Association going to be looking really strong in this circle.
I mean, hey, I said early on, it gives you good access to getting onto the hills. If the circle just keeps coming towards you, you ain't leaving that sucker for nobody. You want to just stay in there, keep yourself holed up, and make sure that you're netting all the placement points that you can get. The buildings down in that compound as well, they allow you to fire off onto pretty much everybody remaining in this circle. The way that the terrain to the north works is that Demon Risers are probably safe enough from them, but these long-range DMR shots that are coming through from not only Rise, but also that can potentially come through from Lethal Association, they can see pretty much everybody there, and it's sharp shot over the top here, down to just 2 members for Spicy Fish. They're looking to try and take the siege onto this long building compound right now. The send down in the car as well. It's going to be a 2-man assault.
Yeah, is it going to work out, though? Is Civ now going to be pinned down towards the rock? If Wazupi has a need, it might just land, but Civ going to be keeping that head absolutely torn apart right now as the headshots land through on towards Wazupi. Spicy Fish going to continue to push in. The question is now, where does Sharp Shot decide to go? And he is, in fact, just going to go straight for the building right now. Wazupi going to be holding the side angle. Sharp has the door to work with. His head kick going to be going down as well. Spicy Fish just doing what they can to try and lay siege to this, but up against a 4-man, even for a squad with the fragging power of Spicy Fish, is going to be a rough one. The Molotov lands through on towards Sharp Shot, and Civil needs to make something happen right here. He tries to get the knock, but it's Wazupi that takes him down, as now we're into a top 4. Spicy Fish going down in 5th, 300. Still with a bit of a way to go, catching a lot of fire here from Lethal Association.
They do lose one on their way down. Obviously, there are 2 teams on this western side that are all focused exclusively at the minute on 300. At a certain point, it's going to also be the squad inside that compound, Rise Esports, who have just held off one side, that are going to have to make their push into the other. And Rise, with 4 people alive, probably the best set to do it. Head kick knocked, almost certainly to bleed out here. 300, they need to focus on their way forward. You can see Neff and Vox are trying to look ahead and trying to find themselves a spot to get in here. But coming off of that hillside, it's just torturous for them here. That's going to be another knock coming through. Lethal Association picking themselves up the kills when it matters the most in this end game, getting themselves exactly what they need to. Voxic peeking over the top, sees everybody from Rise, biding his time right here. This could be huge, but he gets shot in the side and saved. Rise Esports don't know how lucky they are.
Yeah, that's got to be a bit of a scary position to be in right there. If you're the player from Rise that spots him out just looking right down at you, that is when you need to hit those shots immediately. But you know who else needs to hit his shots? Moratorium, because look at this. He's got the MK. If he can land some bullets, he is going to do just so much damage off of this.
Look at this circle now. This update is going to be absolutely massive because where it goes pretty much seeds who is going to have the best chance at winning this game. Obviously, gun skill still very important, but looking at the way that that has shifted, it looks as though Rise are going to be in the best spot. Both Lethal Association and Demon Rises have to make their way off of that hillside. That is not going to be easy. Lethal Association stuck inside the compound as well. They're going to have a difficult time trying to make it out. Surely only one of these Western teams get away with it here, and then it's going to be a battle of East versus West more so than anything else. Neither one of these Western teams can make a play for the south side of the road either because the other one is just there holding them in. If this was just one person or one team on the west, you could see a team potentially wrap to the south, try and take a lot more terrain. But the fact that there are 3 teams here makes it incredibly difficult because they all have sightlines on one another if either of these Western teams try and push out and try and flex into a new place to play.
I think if we're being real right now, Demon Rise are going to be the deciding factor with this circle. Look, you know, Rise, they already have themselves a bit of a dip to work with, but as Demon Rises start to prep the rotate, we'll see exactly what's going to happen here because we might just see a push come out on towards Rise, and it looks like that could absolutely be the case as now Rise going to be taking some shots. Demon Rises have themselves a bit of a plateau to work with, but the nade going to be landing through here from Slap D. He wants to try and get involved as Lethal Association still with players in towards the compound. Slap D has to make something big happen as the solo.
Yeah, the timing of the blue zone going to be very important as well. Lethal Association don't get kicked out until the very end, where Demon Rises have to come off this hillside much, much earlier. You can see they've still got a vehicle, they've still got smokes, and they're going to be trying to use those to their greatest advantage just to be able to find anywhere to play. It's not a case of getting into the circle and posting up to start shooting at people. It's getting into a circle and surviving here.
Surviving, it's something that Wenko's not going to be able to pull off, and Slap D going to be able to find the shots, but Grids peeks up over the top, will be able to get the trade. However, it's Wazupi from range that takes him down. Hitman able to get the flush. 73 Gods goes down as Lethal Association now 2 players left up, trying to make it 3, but Rise are just absolutely pushing on towards this now.
And they should be. They have the numbers advantage for the time being, and even when the res comes through, they've got all the numbers that they could need. A full 4-man up against a 3-man here, so this 3v4 situation, not something that Lethal Association are going to be hard-pressed by. The circle as well gives them a nice little shift. It goes up to the north, and this entire ridge side north of the road is going to be something they can spread out upon and make their own right here. The circle probably going to end just on their side of the road, if not in the middle of the road. And with the depth, sort of the camber of this terrain right here being so important, they need to be careful of all angles. Look at Moratorium. They will have heard that he's gone for this with that vehicle, but the position that he's taking, a nice flank. Rise Esports are doing the exact same thing on all sides, spreading from east all the way over to the west, just getting more angles here. This is the power of having more numbers, and they're able to distribute much more of their resources across this line, generate more angles, generate more peaks, and get themselves those knocks that they so desperately need.
Look at the damage that just came on towards Slapped. He just got absolutely, I mean, for lack of a better word, slapped by the SLR. Big damage coming out. Was Zuppy going to be going down? The Schiller doing what he can to try and survive over at the tree, but it doesn't look like it's going to be lasting too long. He's caught on fire by the Molotov. There it is now. 2 players left up here from Rise Esports. Moratorium doing what he can to make a final stand with Chaudhry all the way over on the west. I'm not sure how good this is looking for them right now. Moratorium goes down. Chaudhry caught from the side angle, and there it is. Lethal Association with an 11-kill chicken dinner, and I may be wrong, but is that his 2nd chicken dinner of the evening right there?
Quite right. Lethal Association bounce back there. This is games 2 and 4 won by this squad here. They're very sort of hit and miss with their placements. They either go all or they go for nothing so far. They've got themselves 2 wins here. And this time with 11 kills on the side, backing that up, a very strong performance. They were able to take that compound away very early on. They fought Ad Astra for it. They recognized its strengths, and it paid off in the biggest way possible. They netted not only a ton of kills out of there, they netted themselves the position on the circle. They held their line as well, with Demon Rises coming off the hillside, and even up against it in a 3 versus 4 situation, they're able to use their utility the best, use their weapons the best, didn't drop a single member. Yes, Slapped got hit by a headshot, he hit the med, they never got knocked, and they were able to turn it right back around, picked up 4 kills for themselves in the end, and wiped Rise Esports for the win.
What a way to wrap it up. And I mean, those circles, they are just horrible to play out of for a lot of these teams, but when you get that position, you got to take it. That was our first Miramar game down. We got 2 more to go this evening, so stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, everyone. And with our first Miramar game down, Rude, any teams that maybe stood out that game that we haven't seen enough of in the first half of the evening?
I mean, I don't want to call out the victors as a team that stood out, right? It's just so obvious, but Lethal Association. They came in with a firm understanding of what they needed to do in that game, and at least the way that they took about that game, they went in, they took the compound they wanted, they fought for it, which was the most important part. You know, they recognized it, they'd highlighted it early on and gone, hey, this is the spot to be in, this is where we're going to get this win, or this is where we're going to get a ton of points. As it transpired, it went into the win, they fought for it, they kept 3 people alive until the very end, and they're able to turn all of that into a kill and into the win for themselves. So I mean, it feels a bit sort of redundant saying that, hey, the winning team did pretty well, but they were just standout in that game.
All right, we spoke about a ton of points. I think we all know which team has a ton of points. Spicy Fish, let's take a look over at the leaderboard and see how things are looking.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right, they're still going to be very much at the top of our leaderboard right here. They got themselves a ton of kills in that last game as well, and 300 did exactly the same. We are starting to see that with Lethal Association picking up their second win here of the day, they're starting to creep their way into the top 4 as well, with Orion still just hanging on, and Tilt Town now in that 5th position, getting shunted out by that Lethal Association win, but 16 points between that top 5 and the rest of the pack right here. That's a lot of points right here. You know, to put it into context, 16 points separating 5th and 6th, with 16 points also separating 6th and 16th. There's a big discrepancy between these teams, and if these 5 continue to pull away, we're going to have 4 teams that are happy and 1 at the end of the weekend that is just a little bit too disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, on that topic, 4 teams that qualify, Rude. Are we starting to get an idea of who's going to be qualifying, or do you think that, you know, going into 6 more games tomorrow, things are still a little bit up in the air?
I always love to say that things are up in the air, right? And the issue with that is that these teams that are in the top 5 are in the top 5 for a reason. They're the ones that are putting out games consistently and that are putting out the points to keep them up there. So I think that we're getting a sort of a hint here at who could be inside the top 4. I don't want to count out the fact that some other team can make a push for this top 4, but I think that those teams are fairly limited, right? I expect maybe 1 or 2 from outside of that top 5 to really be pushing for it, and then the rest of them are probably just going to end up falling a little bit by the wayside.
Right, Rude. Game 1 of Miramar is down. Time to hop to game number 2. And you know what? Pretty similar playing path, honestly, compared to what we had earlier. However, in the opposite direction. So we think maybe a couple different teams could get favored as to last time.
Yeah, there's a real possibility here that different teams obviously are getting themselves this very decent position, but that's not to say that if you don't have, you know, that concrete understanding, that more sort of, hey, I can see what's happening here, you know, I know where the circle's going to go, whatever it may be, that they're going to be able to put themselves in a decent spot here. The first circle will definitely give obviously some teams an advantage over others. Obviously, everybody spreading out along this playing path, getting themselves very much situated along the pretty much entirety of Miramar here. The majority of drop spots fairly open and available. If the teams want to be floating over toward El Pozo, toward Los Leones, they definitely have that option open to them. And again, second Miramar this time, we don't see the mean-ass contest. We do just see one squad able to take it for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look over at the map here, it's going to be interesting to see how exactly the zone ends up popping. But, I mean, just take a look over towards La Bendita and look over at Null right here as he's going to be opening up some shots on towards Evil Pickle. He can't quite land them, but Dr. Claw, he needs to get in here real quick and provide support for his boy.
Everyone needs to get in here real quick. He's just signed his own death warrant with that spray of the M4 right there. I feel like Tilt Town aren't going to let that go unpunished. As soon as they get themselves, you know, the bare basics, vest, helmet, and a weapon, I can very much imagine Null being at least under some fire here from Epic Flank. They need to, or for Epic Flank rather, you know, you can see that Papilli here, he is ready with this Winchester, and with just the level 1 helmets, you will be one-tapped by those, and even with the level 2 going down to just a sliver of health is always a bit scary. You can see, though, Dr. Claw has made his way over. Notably, no helmet on him. And now Savage pulling up onto Null here. Dr. Claw as well with the overlook, but I don't think he's been able to do anything just yet here. He needs to be very careful of how he's peeking these.
Oh, so does Dr. Claw. Look at that, no helmet. He just gets absolutely pinned down right there by Savage. The read coming out beautifully. There's Noel now, the solo player inside of this compound, has to try and survive. The hipfire comes out, but Savage finds the headshot. Noel gonna quickly be getting flushed out there. Tilt Down with their first kill point of the game. Dr. Claw, he still wants to get involved on this as the rest of the squad are grouping up. Tilt Down, are they gonna be going for a drive-by here? I mean, it wouldn't be 2021 PUBG without it, right?
I think that they're definitely pulling up to try and take the fight here. The situation Epic Flank have found themselves in, definitely not a good one here. It's going to be a good open up, though, and actually some third party coming through. Andresito falls. That's going to be Orion from Minas getting in on the action. There's 6 times on the back of the Mini, ringing out right here. He's helping out both sides right now. It's going to be Dr. Claw that's able to find the knock with the Mini here, or with the UMP rather. Nice little SMG sprays coming on out, and with Tilt Town a little bit separated, you have to imagine here that the 2 members that are still inside the compound are going to be trying to hole up. Look who's taking the knocks once again. It's Firefighter stealing that one away. Orion just being funneled kills right now for 2 teams hot dropping over the edges of Lab Endita.
One more bullet is all it needed to take down Badger, but it's not going to be the case. He'll be safe for the time being. Epic Flank, they're looking to try and peek over onto this. As Tilt Town, they are just going to dip out of here. Look, they've already lost 2. They do not want to be losing anymore. They hop in towards the bike, and away they go. Can they get away any further? They should appear to be pretty safe, but now the question is, all right, these guys, they've taken a fight early on. We're 4 minutes into the game at this point, and no one here really has, like, proper loot.
Oh, you're quite right. You're looking at people with, M16s, level 1 helmets, and UMP, no helmet on another team. It's just a bit too early to be taking these fights and not really being rewarded for them. It's going to feel very bad for both sides, obviously. Tiltown losing 2 members, and of course losing another member in response. Tiltown got themselves actually a kill out of it, whereas Orion were the only ones that were able to at least manifest kills out of the deficits that the Tiltown found themselves in. But at the end of the day, they're going to be looking to move their way forward. They need to get themselves into the circle. And, that 4-minute marker is about the time we typically see teams rotating. To see teams first picking up their first sets of helmets, definitely not ideal. But speaking of not ideal here, we have got a little bit of a push. This is in before up against Ad Astra right now. Looking to maybe sneak into the compound. Could be something they're not too ready for. Tau is up close and personal, and they've got 2 members just a little bit further back, baiting them, biding the time and sort of intriguing them to maybe peek over a little too far forward. The second those mini shots start to come through again, you have to imagine that Tau is going to strike.
Gotta worry, though, because look, the rest of the squad is so far away. It's a 1 versus 2 for the time being. At Astra, they're going to disengage. Tau, maybe not expecting it, or just being cautious, making sure there are no players left behind. But as he opens up the SKS shots, or does he? Never mind. The 2x not going to be enough for him. Not got his face close enough to the monitor right there. Taking a look over at the map, though. What are we thinking here, Rude?
I mean, it's not, I won't say similar, but it's the same northwest quadrant that we found ourselves in, or northeast quadrant we found ourselves in for the first Miramar. This is a very real possibility that it ends near and around Cruz de Valle right here. Very sort of expected that town becomes pretty cluttered. Obviously, we've still got a couple of circles to dictate that, and it's just based off of personal experience, what we've seen coming through in just other games that we've obviously been looking at. I am expecting to see this sort of Death Road that comes now just to the north of Death Valley that we saw become pretty littered. The good thing is that there are a couple of dirt roads in and around the Cruz de Valle area, so teams can make their rotates happen, and it's not necessarily too difficult. Really nice, though, to see that Demon Rises, they do back off. They respect the push coming on in from Salty Fish, and they make at least a little bit of a home for themselves on the edge of Cruz de Valle.
I mean, Rude, you said it yourself. Sometimes you just got to leave, and it appears that Demon Rises were watching it. Wenko going to be backing off of Spicy Fish, but you know who ain't backing off? It's going to be Leda. I'm sure he takes the fight on towards this one as he realizes, look, Kingdom, they've already got on towards his position. It's all or nothing at this point. He does go for the spray on towards Esteban as the Molotov comes out. It lands close, but no cigar as he tries to go for the second one. Leda getting taken down. Esteban down to just 1 HP, but just showing how strong of a player he is. There it is, Kingdom Esports, first kill of the game, and boy, did they need it.
Yeah, they're in a decent spot here on the northern side. They're going to be, of course, banking on a little bit of a shift to keep themselves in the, prime tier location. But overall, definitely not a bad situation to find yourself in, especially taking down a member of 300 like that. A very highly rivaled team by a lot of squads here. Going to put them down to 3 members. It, removes some of their fragging power, but they've still got a lot of capability in their roster.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? Taking a look over at the map now, I kind of want to know what you're thinking about these teams down on the southern side. Like Tilt Down, who are going to be taking a big engagement here up against Good God. Define Legit going to be going down as he does take Boppoli down low as well. Krayshow going to be looking to try and move in on towards this. Not really going to be trying to find an angle just yet, or is he? As he's inside the vehicle, he could actually try and fight this, which, I mean, honestly, with Good God, they're one of those teams that we've seen them take these fights, whether for the wiser or not. They're always entertaining. Let's see if maybe it works out now.
Yeah, for better or for worse, it looks like they drove at least nearby, but with what I can see from the map, the rest of the squad, Duality has already gone up, decided he is not interested in that fight, and is going to move his way away off to the north. Looks like Good God are going to do the exact same thing. And, those southern teams need to still find their way into the circle, into a south side of Circle 1, which is fairly free. We are now seeing like Kutji up against the obviously fairly relatively disappointing so far squad from Eternity. That we had high hopes for these guys. There are a lot of staple names, and they've not yet been able to manage to get themselves into decent late game positions. They had a good Erangel game where they were in the top 5, but again, just not quite breaking into that top 4 just yet, and something that needs to improve at least for our sort of pocket pick for a team to watch.
I mean, you know what? At the end of the day, we've still got 6 games tomorrow, but this is the problem I always find with 300, all right? When they have a good day, they have a great day, and they are able to absolutely frag out. They pick up so many kills, just so many points, but it feels like when they're not on top form, it's hard to watch a lot of the time, and that's why I really struggle, watching them a lot of the time, because it feels like they have so much potential, but every now and then they just make a bit of a misplay. I'm not sure whether it's one of those things where it just comes down to IGL, and whether it is that high risk, high reward strategy of playing, or what it is, kind of we call it the gas can style of play to a certain extent. But Rude, I heard you made some noises. Let's take a look over at this circle, and not horrible, but still a lot of teams gonna have a rough time making in with realistically very limited space inside the zone.
Yeah, this is throwing it back to one of the European classics right now, where these circles used to end over in this sort of direction. PEL Phase 2 consistently, the sort of compounds in and around the center get cluttered very quickly, and with all of these teams in the north now having to make a haywire push down to the south, looks like another squad that's not really had such a good time making it out is imbalanced, but they're the ones that are really on the front foot right now, taking shots out of Ad Astra. They're the ones that are really at a bit of a deficit right here, and it's currently just Tao right here. He's doing this solo. The rest of his team just looking on, trying to support as best as possible. He's made 2 knocks so far. If he's able to wipe the entire squad on his own, that just goes to show you quite the strength that Imbalance have got.
Tao, he spots out one. He can't quite finish the job. Crow, he took a little bit, but he got there eventually. Will be able to take a couple. Tao not quite able to return the fire, as 2 players are going to be down from Ad Astra. Shooter going to be moving in for the revive, but honestly, with Tao as a solo right now, this group need to try and get back together. And it's easier said than done, because looking over at this circle, why would they want to move all the way up to the north when the rest of the squad are pretty centered inside the circle? There it is. Acro able to open up. Down goes Tao. Now, Astra are going to be able to pick up a kill point, but can they get real in time before those long-range shots manage to connect for the flush?
I would imagine so during the, putting up smokes. They're about 500-600 meters away right now. There's really not all that. It's not too easy to find these kills at all. And with that, the flush on tile comes through. You can see that there's a lot of teams still trying to make their way forward here. Boomers, who took a very wide rotation on their way into Circle 1, who have kind of been left a little bit out in the lurch with the way that the circle went right here. They were sort of banking on the fact that they could come in to a fairly quiet side, and now the circle has shifted away from them. They've been a little bit hard done by. They're now going to have to come in on a sort of eastern edge, which looks fairly populated. Demon Risers and Rise Esports both looking to be in that position. There we go. Finally seeing them come to life right here. A nice little mini knock. Able to put Vexel there again with an M4 as well. That's a good couple of tags. And again, this is actually, I just noticed Vexel is nowhere near his team right now. He's doing the same thing that Tao just did off on a 1v4 north side of the circle.
Vexel just doing Vexel things. Don't worry about it. He is chilling. He is doing some damage. He hasn't been able to get the kills yet, but you know what? It's a start, definitely. We will see how things end up going as the circle continues to close. About 30 seconds left. Vexel has to start making a rotate. The real question is, how's he going to pull it off with Kingdom just absolutely, focused in on him down towards the south? It's not ideal right here.
Going into the blue, probably his safest bet right now. The rest of his team still trying to take chunks out of Alaki and doing so successfully. Gribbles gets flushed out as well. Probably down to just a couple members remaining right here, and it's really not too great for either of the teams fighting on the edge. It is a case of fight for kill points, fight for what you've got here. But I mean, the circles, they're trying their hardest to give us deja vu here, Chunks, because they're just coming right back to the same sort of spots.
Yeah, but the difference is this time now it's so much more open and just so much more brutal. Honestly, when you have these open circles, that's the real test of how these teams end up doing, because I mean, you get caught out in the open, you're done for. There is nothing you can do out of that. So it's just a question of whether they'll be able to survive really in towards anything, because there's only a couple compounds you can really play. Other than that, it's all just open terrain. And, last game we saw it go a little bit further down to the south. And now we're just seeing, whoever controls the valley pretty much controls the zone. So it's going to be interesting seeing going into the next circle who exactly is going to be able to get control of that central valley.
I don't know how Spicy Fish do it, but they have Central Circle again here. They're just finding this position time and time again here, game after game. Game number one, they were in a fairly decent... game number one, obviously, they got themselves a very good position, got a load of kills. Game 3 as well, they managed to win. Game 4 even, they were set up in a good spot on Miramar, but double hard shift made it pretty difficult for a lot of the teams there. And now they're in themselves that double warehouse compound. It's not too great for farming kills out in other directions. You have to kind of overextend just a little bit. You're relying quite more so on teams crashing you and putting the kills in your pocket as opposed to going out and fetching them yourself. But at the end of the day, we know that this team can frag out, and they're probably going to come out of this compound at some point with upwards of 5 kills.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, and I think 5 kills is pretty much a minimum that you're going to be looking for these guys, because they are just such a strong squad. I mean, another strong squad, though, is going to be Tilt Town, but they have been severely weakened from this. They have the low ground with Orion up top. Now it's just a case of kind of hoping that they don't get third party from the west, because, let's be honest, they are just so open in this current position.
You're quite right, and it's going to be, I believe, True Sight on the edge that we'll be looking for. This is now Eternity. Regrouped up at 3 here, looking for some sprays on the rotating lethal assertion there. They're maybe going to be trying to get themselves through, but don't quite manage to get it. That Sociopath does make his way through, and Hitman Dialift as well, also trying to do the exact same thing as Vexel actually goes down. This is Retribution from long ago here, Imbalance. Themselves a little knock, but again, not necessarily the flush just yet. But in the blue, looks like Vexel's going to be left to bleed on out.
Yeah, that's the risk that you take when you play that split from your squad. You just, you go down to the blue in situations like that. Flashy, he nearly gets the heal off, but it doesn't quite work. Blissey going to be looking to try and get the res again, as it feels like a pub match with all these players kind of chilling out in the blue right now. Bone going to try and pick up his teammate. Steel going to be going down to True Sight here. Dialift and Palix also going to be getting eliminated. As, I mean, there's so much open terrain. I'm not surprised that teams are hesitant to make it in, but as the circle pops, it goes up to the northwest. Now is the time where you pretty much just have to crash something.
Oh yeah, this is now just open season for a lot of these teams, and honestly, the teams that are moving out in that field still down on the southwest that we can see, good God, have the oversight of. They're all going to be really in a bad way, trying to make their way through that field. It looks like Aleki Kuchi have given up the ghost, gone down to the blue there, getting themselves, well, unfortunately, not very much out of this game. A lot of teams now need to begin their rotates, and in the face of boomers, well, you're not going to be able to get away with that one. Spicy Fish sealing away the kill. And honestly, this circle really does favour them. The fact that they've been put onto an edge right here enables a lot of teams to be funneling into them and means that teams have to start crashing.
Yeah, and you know what? You love to see the circles where teams are forced to crash. Speaking of which, look at this. Lethal Association just absolutely popping off, taking down 2 here from IM3. Imbalance now with only 1 player left up. It's going to be Leo. He has a bit of a way to go, and it's not going to be ideal right here as the circle will continue to close in. Sociopath is going to be getting called out, so maybe Good God could actually punish Lethal Association now, but it's not looking likely as Leo pops up. He's going to be able to get the knock, looking for the flush as well. It works out. He's picked up 2 extra points for his team, which is a strong one, but it's not ideal, honestly, as the entirety of Good God are going to be looking down towards this, and Spicy Fish might just have an angle as well.
And not just that, we've got, of course, excuse me, Vet Soup looking down at Leo's position as well, making it pretty difficult for anybody to make their way in down on the south side, which is where we're expecting the majority of the action, but this western side is exploding as well. 300 in a battle with Adastra, who are in a battle with Kingdom, who are in a battle even more so with True Sight. There are 4 squads trying to make their way inside about a 200-meter square right here, Chunks. Probably only space for 2 of these teams to make it in, and even at that stage, they're going to be third-party on third-party action. 300, they had themselves a fairly wide split to begin with, but they've now regrouped up. They've come together here as 3, trying to take this fight up against Kingdom. Not the most formidable foe ahead of them, and they definitely might look to try and take this one, even down their number at disadvantage.
Epic flank imbalance, both going to be going down now as this is the zone where we start to see the attrition. Team's just getting torn apart. Voxic going to be able to land the body shot on towards Boppoli as now they need to refocus their fire, knowing that there's going to be players from Kingdom here. 300 going to be getting head kick taken down low. More flashes will be coming over the top as 300, they need to start getting a bit more aggressive here. Molotovs are up, but if they don't start pushing soon, then it will give True Sight the opportunity to go for the third party. But for the time being, it's going to be Zolmox focused on towards Ad Astra. Nade going to be coming down over on towards Kingdom, but it's only flashes for the time being. Vox goes down, 2 slapped from range, so now only 2 players going to be left standing here for 300. It's going to be Nefahor and Headkick as Nef gets sprayed while he's laying down low through the smoke. Only a couple bullets land, not really going to be enough too much for the time being though. Headkick wants to flank round a little bit more, knowing that Kingdom are going to be down here somewhere, but for the time being just focused on boosting up. Gizmac and Berry, the 2 remaining players from True Sight, make it just Berry, but the nade lands through. Maybe he can get the trade. Yes, he can. Sarta's going to be going down as Berry tries to stick the res on towards Zulmox. Doesn't work out. However, there it is. Down goes Berry Vibes, and down go True Sight out in 12th position.
Adastra holding their edge right there. They've still got a long way into this circle. Tilt Town on their approach. They've got Orion as well on the same side of the road, and then if that wasn't bad enough, Lethal Association are just raining down from their hillside on pretty much everybody, and then it looks like Spicy Fish are also looking to try and get involved, as well as Good God. There are so many teams trying to make their way in on this west side here that, honestly, if you get any further in this game, you're going to be more than happy with that one. Any kills that you can pick up is going to be worthwhile. Nef, though, peeks up, manages to take down 1. Now it's Headkick's turn. That's 2 going down for 300. They've evened up the numbers just like that. They need to take their time to get the first aid kits going, but there's a very real possibility here that this fight just becomes so free for them. Bandage is only available though for Nef. It makes this fight very difficult. Headkick just going to secure himself 1 of those kills, as we have seen the res come through, and that is going to be the shots from afar. Demon rises, netting the kill outside of this building on top of the saloon right there. Such a long range shot, such a bad third party, but it comes out just like that. Adastra going to fall as well. Teams dropping like flies on this western side.
It's just one of those zones that is so hard to keep track of right now. We saw Orion, they made a push in. They're going to be able to clean up the fight over on the western side. Kingdom still have a bit of a way to go, and now after hearing the shots down to the south, they have a rough decision ahead of them, because you know they have to start pushing in to something they just don't really know what. Orion, they start opening up on towards Duality, but it's going to be Sharp Shot that steals away the kill. The Spicy Fish, they grabbed a good compound early. You mentioned it. Now they're just absolutely popping off because of it. Now they can start flexing out. Now that they realize that from behind they're pretty much safe. The real question is, how are the rest of these teams going to make it in? Boomer's barely able to get over to the edge, and now with Chiller looking out over towards him with the Mini 14, the question is, can Rise just maybe punish a little bit forward to be able to finish off the job?
And the answer, of course, remains to be seen. Demon Rises, who have managed to pick themselves up a couple of kills. They're playing the northern edge, and the way that these circles have shifted, we still have a very stacked up west side here. Orion, Spicy Fish, and now Kingdom, who have all tried to make their way in, all within very close proximity to one another. And honestly, it could be just a fight that spins and sort of explodes in just a second. Down on the south side, though, we do see Boomers. They're trying to hold off against the push. The Spicy Fish are trying to put down. Remember who was third-partying this, though? There is an opportunity for Rise Esports to get involved. Keenan, though, does not care. The nade goes over, finds one. That's Snorlax going down. Roth pushing. He's using this terrain very nicely to just stop skylighting. Doesn't want to give himself up just yet. The flashbang goes over and he takes him down. That's Nahax finding Roth very quickly. The scar on the back of this with the 4x holding the line very nicely here, but the push forward for Spicy Fish not stopping. Keenan now goes on through. He takes down the trade. That's Nahax falling, and remember, Boomers, they have one person holding anchor, but they can't help with this fight. Wicked Shots, the only member really safe right now, because they've still got this Stem, who is very much on the res, still very close and very, very in danger from Spicy Fish.
The Molotov, it lands so close on towards them there, but it's actually going to be Chaudhry from range with the third party on towards Uncivil right now. The Molotov does land on towards Snorlax, so down he goes, followed quickly by D-Stem. So a huge Molotov coming out here from Roth, as now it's just going to be a case of trying to clean up Wicked Shots, but he's going to be a little bit distracted. Rise move up behind, they get the kill. Boomer's going down in 7th as Rise get more and more zone control, but the circle is shifted away from them. They have a bit of a way to go, and now the question is, with Lethal Association having the center circle, can they make something happen out of this?
Can they make this 3 out of 5 chicken dinners for them? It's going to be a tough task. They've got 4 members of Orion staring down them from the west, and they've also got some very formidable foes remaining still up in the lobby. This isn't a game where there are a lot of mixed out teams with just a couple of members remaining. We've got 3 people from Spicy Fish, 4 people from Rise Esports, 4 people from Demon on the northern side, and 4 of Orion still remaining. Not to mention there's that duo man band off on the north side there of Kingdom. It's going to be a very difficult position for them to try and play from, and honestly, when you're such king of the hill in this sort of a circle, it's a very real possibility that you just get picked apart. Dirty's in, opens up with the barrel, and that's going to be Association down to just 2, looking for a third as well there. Almost gets the pick off right there, but 2 members remaining. How are they going to be able to hold this? It's not very well, as Dirty's in again with this barrel. Just finding knock after knock right now. Slapped, he's the last remaining member, and he's trying to do what he can to keep the team alive right now. Unfortunately enough, he's just getting a little bit too heavy-handed. Looks like Sociopath, the only remaining member, looking to hold out Orion as best as possible.
Let's not forget as well, it was Sharp Shot with the third party down from the south of Spicy Fish. They're a little bit, split up in terms of what fight they're taking right now, but they have been able to group up back as a 2-man. Keenan going to be holding the side angle as Sharp Shot does prep the nade. It's going to be a little bit far from the Rise players. Moratorium will be getting caught with a couple bullets, but Sharp Shot, he lands the headshot over on towards 1, followed by a second, making a third. Chiller going to be going down as Keenan pops up over the side. Rise Esports, they're down in 6. 10 kills here for Spicy Fish as we go into our top 5. This is a huge game for them yet again, and right now it's just pretty much the Spicy Fish show in this lobby.
There are a lot of teams inside that top 5, though, from the leaderboard that are still looking strong here. Lethal Association with 5 kills themselves. Orion, they're knocking up a fair tally as well. And we're getting a few extra teams here that are just broaching their way in. Demon Rises, obviously 3 kills, obviously not the most tallied up, but they're still in this top 5 situation. Looks like Dirty Zin is able to finally finish off Lethal Association. So the dream of the back-to-back has been removed. But Spicy Fish here, they're trying to continue their way into this circle. They've been given another rough shift, but these hills and dips on this circle have been much too favourable for them. Keenan has already made it up close and personal. Sharp Shot as well, looking for these shots, and Keenan just out in the open, taking absolute honest. Sharp Shot able to roll over the top and just buys enough time. It's going to allow for the rest of Spicy Fish to get on in and at least med up in ready and in preparation for taking this new fight.
The nades coming out from Demon Rises, but even though they knew Sharp Shot's position, they weren't quite able to make them land. Mollies, however, will be getting returned by Sharp Shot as 73 gods watching the low ground just in case. The circle has popped. We've already seen it. As now, Kingdom also going to be taking a fight over here. Over on the western side, it's Skaz that opens up on towards Esteban as he takes down Tadine. The trade coming out is SKZ now. The solo player going to be looking to try and make a push on towards Orion, but it's not ideal as Keenan going to be the one with the third party. Dirty Zim pops up over the top. There it is. Down go Kingdom Esports in 4th as now it's a 2 versus 1 versus 4. Demon Rises, you got to say they have the upper hand, but honestly, it's Spicy Fish, man. They are such a formidable squad, even as just a 2-man. So it will be left to find out as Demon Rises looking to get as much zone control as possible in this position.
We've just seen Spicy Fish dismantle a 4-man of Rise Esports. It would be not too dissimilar to see them do it again here. Sharp Shot opens up, doesn't find a knock just yet, but there it is. Keenan gets a second one. We're back down to this 2v2 again, Chunks, and it does not seem to matter. Fortunately, there's a response. 73 Gods takes down Sharp Shot, and now Keenan with a broken vest, half HP helmet, gonna be up against it. Venko comes up huge, manages to clutch up for Demon Rises. They've now got a little bit of time to go for these reses, but look who's pushing over the top. Dirty Zin knows that the kill feed has been popping off, knows that Demon Rises are going to be weakened at least a little bit here, and he's going to be trying to peek on over, but unfortunately the time has elapsed now. Mighty Eric picked up, Chris going to be the next one up, and I think if the 2v4 was hard enough and Demon Rises were able to withstand the 2 members of Spicy Fish, despite Dirty Zin's insane fragging power this game alone, I don't think that the 1v4 is ever really on the cards.
Hey, never say never, because in a circle like this, look, he's got the high ground to work with here. He could try to isolate these fights, but honestly, it isn't ideal. I think that's definitely fair to say, but 73 God's going to be taking a little bit of fire. It's Chris that finds the trade, and there it is. Demon rising from the bottom of the leaderboard, working their way up. 6 kills and a chicken dinner. It's a good start for them, to say the least.
Yeah, they needed that game, right? You can look at the leaderboard prior to the game coming in, and you know they weren't inside our top 5, but I think coming in they were actually 6th coming into this game. So breaching that gap, you know, we talked about the 16-point differential between the top 5 and the rest of the lobby. Hey, they've just got those 16 points from this game. They've made up that gap, and now we're going to probably have ourselves a top 6 before there's a big buffer to the rest of the pack right here. And that's what I was saying about teams that, you know, 1 or 2 can still very easily make their way in here. It's never, as you say, you should never really say never, because it's never too late to start trying to mount your assault. Demon Rises there with the 4-man alive at the end game as well. They just play it as a team, they get themselves the win, and a very clean, cohesive game as a 4-man. 6 kills might not be the most, but it's definitely what they needed here to keep themselves in the running.
Hey, chicken dinners, they can be so powerful in this format. Let's see how that affects the leaderboards after a very short 5-minute break. We'll be back with yet another Miramar game for ESL America's Masters Qualifiers.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the final game for today here of the ESL PUBG Masters NA Spring Showdown. This is going to be the final one for the evening. It's going to be on Miramar, and I could not be more excited to bring it to you. I've still got Chunks alongside me, who has been killing it both on production here, smurfing that as well as the casting, bringing all the hype that has been needed for these games. We've got one last game to go, and honestly, I can't wait to bring it to everyone.
Neither can I, but before we do, I think there's something we got to take a look over, and that's going to be the leaderboards. Rude, you know the drill. Give us the rundown.
As you might have imagined, and as you might have seen, a trend so far throughout these games, Spicy Fish, believe it or not, are still at the top of the leaderboard. Even if they didn't play in the last game, they would have been at the top. That's the sort of lead that we're talking about in terms of how far ahead they are of the rest of the pack. They've probably got about a game in them before that, you know, they can just sort of sit back, relax, and make their way through. But looking down the rest of the leaderboard, as we'd sort of imagined, Demon Rises with that win. They were in 6th before that last game. They stay in 6th, but they close that gap. Right, previously 16 points separating 5th and 6th. Now it's just 2 points, and now we're starting to see more gaps open up around the top 5 itself, where we're starting to see, like we say, Spicy Fish really start to escalate themselves ahead, and now we're starting to see a bit of a formation of, well, maybe it's 5 teams fighting for 3 places as opposed to 4 teams fighting for 5, you know, with Spicy Fish becoming pretty much untouched and probably going to be able to get their way in. Obviously, we're about to reach the halfway point, and that being said, it's about the time when you need those teams on the right-hand side of your screen to start stepping up here. We've seen glimpses of glory, right? Seen good things, but not necessarily consistently strong from these teams on the right here. There's no team that like can't frag out. You can see Ad Astra, even at the bottom of the leaderboard, 9 kills over 5 games, definitely respectable enough. They're just lacking in the placement points that are getting, you know, to get them in anywhere on that top side of the leaderboard. So for everyone else, it's a bit of a confidence booster if you're in the top. For everyone on the right, they need to start stepping it up and use that as motivation to start winning out.
Yep, let's see if they can kick it into gear now as we hop in to game number 6. That's it. We finally reached the halfway point. We're here on Miramar. Rude, what are we thinking of this playing path?
Hey, honestly, this is a pretty decent one once again, right? You're going through pretty much the center of Miramar. Not quite as diagonal as a lot of teams would have liked. Here you're going over Los Leones up toward the Oasis area, so there's a lot of terrain and a lot of cities that you can still quite easily journey towards here. Los Leones, which we know can house about 3 teams comfortably, whilst looting very much available to a lot of these squads. Minas again back on the cards. We've got things like Hacienda, San Martin, all open with Picardo as well. That central position to try and rotate from, very much available to a lot of these teams. As that's not the knock that you want to see so early on. Tilt Town having a bit of a difficulty landing down in Los Leones, but they should be fine to come back and get that res. But, you know, with 3 teams in Los Leones, you can comfortably loot. You do need to sort of have your predetermined sort of conversation at the very least that, hey, maybe, you know, if you want to take this area, we'll take this area. But it looks as though we're not going to quite have that same sort of comfortableness with looting here, because we have got 2 teams very close in proximity. It's going to be Tilt Town, it's going to be Epic Flank, very much in proximity toward one another. And whilst they can take some fights, I don't expect it to be all that ambitious.
No, I think we've seen, you know, a lot of teams that land Los Leones, you know, they have been getting aggressive, sure, but they haven't really been taking any unnecessary fights. They've been flexing onto each other, you know, they've been coming alive at the end game, but realistically, in the early game, nothing huge. Sociopath with the headshot. Iron sight on towards Voxic out of the vehicle. That is absolutely huge from him. That is one of the best single shots I've seen in a long time in competitive PUBG.
The sad thing is that it doesn't actually mean anything. It's going to get rezzed up, and I mean, it's one for the highlight reel for sure. That Sociopath has absolutely just turned up in a huge way to get the knock, and he's now searching for the potential flush right now. 4x on the back of the SKS, and honestly, he might even be able to transition this into that kill. The issue he's going to have, Latta and Neff, they're looking out from that concrete, looking out from the rest of that compound to try and defend their player. They don't want to be going into this final game here as 3 people strong. They want to have their full roster, full lineup ready to go. This could turn into a massive fight here. These are 2 of our top teams battling it out already here. Circle One's just showed itself, and we've got a battle between our top-end squads.
You love to see it. I mean, shots like that, they are 1 in a million. You never usually catch those. It is so nice to see it, but I mean, what 300 have just left Vox for so long right now. You gotta worry, like, why did they leave it that late? Realistically, if Socio wanted to there, he could have just absolutely pushed all the way down and got the flush, and Vox would be out of the fight. But you know what? 300, they're gonna survive for the time being. With this circle, they're not looking in too bad of a position.
No, they're not. And honestly, they've also got Headkick on a bit of a wide flank angle right now, and they might well look to try and really punish Sociopath for those plays. With the position that Headkick has, it'll be, remains to be seen if that's going to be the case. But as you talked about that circle, obviously, it is far off to the northwest rather, as we're seeing here. That's the Winchester on a level 2 helmet, ladies and gentlemen. Tadine, unlucky enough to not find it, but hey, guess who has? There he's in, finds Leo, takes him down as well. They contested Minas the first time. It didn't go well. They've come back, and it's, again, the same result.
Yeah, Orion, just such a strong squad. You can tell that they prepared for this. And with shots like that, I mean, come on. You don't stand a chance right there. Firefighter, he lands the headshot, takes down Gap. Is Orion going to be 4 strong? And you got to worry right now. Come on. I mean, at this point, Imbalance, you've not had the best set of games. You need to pick this up a little bit. You need to try something different. And I feel like continually dropping a squad and pretty much throwing away your Miramar games is not the way you want things to go.
And you know why you feel like that, Chunks? It's because it's not. That's not the way to go about it. Funnily enough, you want to typically keep yourself 4 member strong and continue on into the zone very much as a full cohesive unit here. It's something that Imbalance just aren't going to be able to do right now. You can see they've got the Winchesters out and ready to load, but they're trying to find discrete little angles off the top of these warehouses here. It's never going to be easy. Quick little tags coming on through, and unfortunately in the 2 versus 4, you have to imagine that soon enough Orion are going to come and wipe them out here. You can see that already we've got somebody trying to creep up, trying to make that happen. And in the kill feed, we are seeing a little bit of a skirmish between Spicy Fish and Neff right there. 300 getting a little bit of a pick taken down, and in Lost Leones as well. It's just a massive skirmish.
Yep, just casual little skirmishes. Savage takes the beat, takes down Duality. I love the way that the game that we say, hey, these squads are going to be all right. They're not going to take a fight. They're going to play it slow. They just have to absolutely prove us wrong. Tilt down now with 2 players left up, and it looks like Good God trying to push on towards this. Trying their best to find Savage, and there's no winners in a situation like this. You're all going to take casualties. I mean, you got to say, good God, maybe they're all right now as a 3-man, but it's not ideal. Imbalance, however, I wanted to say I was rooting for these guys, and hey, it's coming out strong. Tau able to take down 2, 1 with the Winchester, and followed by 2 with the Scar as now. Beautiful play coming out here from Imbalance. They take down 3 already. They're just looking to try and find Scars, and with Tau absolutely posted up in this position, he's already tagged him. The nade going to be coming out. Is it going to be close enough? I'm sure the Renock going to be looking likely on towards Firefighter as it does. Scars now, the solo player left up here for Orion, and how the tables have turned.
They've managed to salvage this fight. Quite how, it remains to be seen. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that just because of the chaos going on in Los Leones. But now they've got a 2 versus 1. It's a very simple push and peek together type situation. Bone holding the right-hand side of the fence, and that is just as simple as you like. Tau able to come up huge, Bone dealing the final bits of damage where necessary. We're just hopping straight into another fight here. This is 300 and Spicy Fish once again coming to blows. Keenan getting a couple of knocks there and doing exactly what was necessary. He goes down for the troubles, but 300, they're taken out in 15th place.
Well, talk about the early game fights. As soon as we start saying about how we don't think teams are going to take fights, how we think they're going to kind of chill and play for the late game, they all decide, let's prove them wrong. And you know what? It's game 6. What do you expect? Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. As, you know what? Circle is up, and it feels like a lot of teams going to be going for these Pozo Hills right now.
And you know what? Sociopath trying to punish Spicy fish there for going for those crates. This is exactly what the hillside is built to do. You can very easily get yourself a lot of damage racked up, seeing a lot of positions as well. You can see that they're actually trying to push onto this one. Lethal Association, they've got slapped on the backside here, coming in on the south, trying to make something happen. Dielift is in a vehicle and not really in a position to really help out just yet. That reposition, though, could very well be pivotal as Slapped opens up with the mini immediately, though. Boomers are actually there to respond and help out here. They're working in tandem between Compound and Hillside, paying off right now. Boomers just trying to get the finishing touch. Wicked Shot's not able to do it there, and fortunately enough, Slapped's going to stay alive.
That's got a sting right there. One more bullet might just have been able to do the job. And you know what? It feels like a lot of the strongest teams are fighting early on right now, which it could open up the leaderboards a little bit here because, you know, if those top placing teams are going to go down, it means that you kind of have a catch-up game to be able to close down those points. So it's going to be interesting to see as Boomers just doing what they can, trying to get the high ground as best as possible. Taking a look over at the circle, though, a lot of teams have a bit of a way to go here. Rise over towards Picardo, you know. Tilt Town, only 2 players strong. Good God, taking the northeastern side of Los Leones. Long rotates ahead, and in a circle like this, when that verticality is such a big thing, getting into the zone early is just absolutely essential. And I feel like a lot of these late rotating teams might just get punished because of it.
Because they're going to be so open to all of these teams that you've talked about on these vertical hillsides that are just able to look down, spot out their rotates, and punish them for it here. You're exactly right, Chunks, that everybody's going to be struggling on their late way in here. Imbalance as well, having taken that mean-ass fight, going to be coming in on the eastern side fairly late on as well. Teams that are obviously posted up in a fairly decent position. We have got Eternity on the north side of El Pozo. Kingdom, they are also just outside to the northeast. They're looking pretty solid themselves. Lethal Association as well. We already touched on their position and how well that's going to bode for them. We've obviously Sociopaths posted well up on top of those Twin Peak Mountains. He's looking very, very strong, and True Sight as well. They've also just got themselves a decent little spread right now. A lot of vision garnered from these hillsides. And with the Circle 2 here about to show, it's going to be very indicative of where this circle goes toward and which teams are going to get favored by that shift.
Wow. Not really anything too surprising here as it does move up towards Pozo, but with all that verticality still in play, it's going to be a very rough one for a lot of these squads. And, you know, teams like Kingdom and True Sight that are already posted up in this position are going to be looking really, really strong right now. So you got to kind of hope that those teams are going to be doing well. Speaking of strong teams, though, that's not everything, because Boomers down on the southwestern side might be getting in a little bit of trouble here with Ad Astra over on the southwest, going to be moving through them.
Looks like it's just going to be a sort of ships passing in the night type situation where obviously Ad Astra fully aware of the positioning of Boomers, but Boomers just kind of moving off the back of that and not really looking to take a fight at all. Does open up that hillside for Ad Astra to move into and potentially scout on from themselves, sort of that leapfrogging effect of rotating in competitive PUBG that you tend to see quite frequently. One person leaves a location, you can go in and take it, scout out and see where they have gone potentially as well. And make sure that your informed rotates are just exactly that. Now, moving in on our southeastern side, obviously, you have a lot of teams trying to make their way forward. I like Yukuchi, they take themselves this little position. It's fairly central, but also very low down. It's a pretty difficult spot to be finding kills from. And also, if you ever have to leave, you are wide open to so many hillsides.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the theme in a zone like this, where there is just so much open terrain. And you really have to scramble for any strong compounds. You know, you are just so open from so many angles, and it's a really rough one to deal with. I feel like a lot of squads in zones like this, they kind of throw it away because of that. As a Crow, he took a minute to spot them out. He will be able to spot out Rise now, peeking out over on towards them, deciding not to take shots just yet, waiting for the rest of the team to group up. But honestly, with these Rise players standing still to take shots, it's surprising here that a Crow not going to be able to open it up on towards it. But for the time being, it seems like at Astra, their focus is going to be over on towards EF over on the western side as Noel starting his rotate in. Real's going to hear it. Let's see how he decides to open up on towards this.
Wanting to the M4, back to the mini here, and he's instead of looking toward the rest of the team that are trying to make their rotate here, playing purely for information as opposed to playing for kills. If you can get the squad in a position to take this fight, it is much better than just getting a quick kill and then getting swarmed by everyone else. Now he's going to look over the hill, sees everybody out in the open, and now should start to open up with the team supporting from the east. He's just going to open up at the exact right time here. Looks for these mini shots, but he's not quite found the knock just yet. Could very well get turned back on, opening up. Finally, though, he gets traded on. It's not even a knock that he finds to open up with. Rahel with an unfortunate set of mini shots. Takes two members down to about 10 HP, but it's just not enough. You need those knocks in that open up situation.
That is that is one of those times where you feel bad as an observer for catching it, but yeah, that's unfortunate there. But at the end of the day, everyone misses shots. Even the best players in the world miss shots every now and then, and that's just a very unfortunate situation there. Maybe, you know, the pressure kind of got to him potentially and made things a little bit rough. But yeah, now at Astra down to a 3-man. Let's see how things go. As the circle, what a hard shift down to the south here.
Yeah, and look at the spicy fish split. I just want to point out right here, they got themselves a little triangle of of locations right here. Sharp Shot and Uncivil looking like they're going to recombine with Roth right now. All of the teams on the north side have to try and make their way in here, and the center of this circle, just an open field. Yes, there's a lot of sort of haystacks and hay bales that you can play with some sort of cover, but it does become very difficult when those fields get congested, and we've seen it time and time again where there's just smokes in abundance launched out inside that field. The team inside El Pozo typically having an absolute riot with all the shots that they can fire down.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? The teams that are already inside circle, now they're just going to be looking to try and add up the points. Is Chaudhry going to be able to take down Jax? Not sure how likely the flush is going to be, as that ridge should provide some form of safety. But Rise, they're still going to be opening up some shots, trying to land something. Chaudhry going to be able to get the re-knock again. So, honestly, you have to wonder right now at this point, maybe is it worth going for the res if they're just going to require one stray bullet through the smoke? Because, I mean, Rise, they are not relenting on the pressure. They know they've got the re-knocks. They're going to be looking to try and finish the job. The Murado is there for cover, but honestly, Rise are just farming damage. If he tries to hop in that thing, the chance of his head getting taken off, very, very high.
But look who's pushing up onto Rise, though. They're probably the worst team to be going for it. It's Spicy Fish here. They've got Sharp Shot, and they've also got... Looks like Roth, in fact, is still hanging back at the compound. Uncivil and Sharp Shot moving up right here. The second you get close, this just feels like my public games right here. As soon as you get toward them, they stop shooting and your information starts to die down. But they're trying to take a 2v4. This is pretty much a replica of the previous game right here. Two members of Spicy Fish trying to take the fight to Rise. Are they going to be able to do it so easily this time? Because this time, they have a much bigger drop on them. They've also got the level 3 gear of Sharp Shot with this AUG. They could very easily find themselves with another very nice fight. Opening up that Sharp Shot, finding the first one as quick as you like, taken down. Looking for the second, the nade finds Chiller. That is going to be a two-piece here for Spicy Fish to open it up with. Now in the 2v2, this should just be a nice, clean sweep for Spicy Fish. This is just, it's just brutal. They tried to take shots, Rise from afar, and immediately they're just running for the hills. And unfortunately, the hills have eyes, and it's Ad Astras that are the ones that are speaking out right here. The mini shots coming through. Once again, trying to find a little bit of something, but Shooter seems to have caught whatever killed Rahel right there as the mini shots just not quite finding the marker.
Yeah, Badger going to be able to get the knock on towards one from Ad Astra, which will cause a couple distractions here, as every team pretty much going to be fighting in now, right? I feel like, you know, the teams that aren't right on the edge, that are maybe just inside, are going to be the ones in the biggest trouble right now, because there's that many teams fighting in from the edge that you're going to be forced to take fights from multiple angles. But honestly, good God, looking really strong in this position. While the circle might not have favored them, they are going to be able to get some good eyes over on towards IM now, as BCO are going to be taking some shots. The circle's pop, though, Rude, and wow, talk about an open circle.
I mean, okay, so the thing is, the teams knew this was going to happen. The way that the mountain was laid in that terrain right there, the way that water shift on Miramar works as well, it sort of acts like a land ratio as opposed to water shift, is what we used to call it for Erangel. It was always going to come hard to the west right here. It's just a case of whether it was keeping a lot of Pozo or a little bit of Pozo. Fortunately enough, it's a little bit, and the urban ending significantly reduced in its chances. But look at that full western side. There are just so many teams stacked up, pretty much on top of one another. El Pozo going to be cluttered. The southeast side as well, Spicy Fish's hold also going to be pretty difficult for themselves. And there are also about 3 or 4 teams on the northeastern side that are going to have to try and do something. I don't know what they can do here because everywhere's going to be taken. With 42 players still alive, this circle can't contain everyone.
I'm going to make a prediction right here, and it might seem very radical, and it might seem very out of the box, but bear with me. I think a lot of people are going to die on this phase. When this phase closes in,
away, Chunks,
hey, I'm just saying, I'm seeing into the future. Any teams out there want to hire me as a coach, hit me up. But, you know, I think a lot of teams are about to die right here, and I think we're already seeing that right now. As I like your cut, G going to be making it in over towards the shack, but with Lethal Association down on the south opening up on them, you got to be a little bit concerned. Gribble's going to try and move in for the revive. It will work out for the time being. Blissey up top, going to try and get an angle. But can we just look at this for a second? Spicy Fish, they had a split, and even in a circle like this, they do not want to concede it. Roth all the way up top, playing that high ground. Good God, going to be going down now as Tau with the 2K cleans that up. Out they go in 14th position. There's 2. The question is how many more make it 4, as Tilt Town also going to be getting eliminated down in 13th. Boomers open up over on towards Demon Rise. Wenko still standing, but honestly, 2 players just running out in the open using nothing but trucks for cover. D-Stem is just going to have an absolute field day with this. He goes for the reload on towards his gun as the line of sight is broken, but honestly, from this arena, you just can do so much damage.
So many windows, so many levels as well to be finding those knocks. The nade is just perfect from D-Stem. Finds the knock right there. The res definitely not on the cards right here, unless, of course, he gets there immediately. Circles do move pretty slow. That is, you know, a bit of a benefit here of the super circle settings. The way they move does allow for these fights on the edge to be a little bit more favorable to the teams trying to work their way in here. But the places that they're going to be going, they're just already populated, everything taken, and again, everything really going to be not too easy for Demon Rises. They got themselves a W in game number 5, and if they managed to do it in game number 6, honestly, hats off to them. Their gods rather, there goes down, and now surely not too long before the rest of Demon Rises fall as well.
Well, you called it. Down they go. 12th position for them. No placement points. Oratorium opening up as well. Over on the eastern side, landing some over on towards Lethal Association. But a Spicy Fish lose Roth. He's going to be getting knocked. The res will be coming out. Blissey eliminated out in the blue, and wow, what a circle shift.
Well, the good news is, Chunks, you were correct. We did lose a lot of teams. A lot of people did indeed die. We went from about 44 down to 28. So, you know, fair proportion of people going down, and 4 teams entirely as well taken off the board here. You're quite right, though. This shift, it's actually, I'm going to say, just very typical of this circle to keep El Pozo in until the very end, right? It feels like it's very rare that the circle actually plays toward the compound that Spicy Fish have got for themselves. I really think that Eternity just going to have an absolute field day, provided they can hold out the teams that are just lurking and being a bit of a nuisance on their east and west. As soon as they're able to start peeking that ridge, they're going to have an absolute field day. But Epic Flank, they're looking to try and make it a bit more adventurous on their rotate in. For some reason, crashing something outside of the circle. And now they're looking to try and take down Ad Astra. This is that farming and playing for kill style when you recognize that the circle may not be in your favor.
We'll see how it works out for them. At Astra, they do have themselves the compound, but they're at a player disadvantage. The real question is the split from Epic Flank going to work out in their favor? It appears so, as now they've been able to group up. Sarta's going to be holding the corner here, ready for a player to peek, as Ad Astra just absolutely posted up. Flashbang does come round, but the peek not going to be coming out just yet from Noel. Tau goes down as the Scar, it lands. Out comes the headshot. Badger going to be going down as well. Aggro looking to try and find an angle on towards Dr. Claw, knows where he's going to be, but maybe not expecting there to still be 1 player remaining, as Lojack's just sneaking through ever so carefully, doesn't want to give anything away. Dr. Claw goes down to the Scar, but Jack's able to peek out from behind with the barrel, but the turnaround coming out from Shooter. Sartus, good teamwork there. Jax, that is just, I don't know what's going on with players in their shots today, but some of them are just not hitting.
It's the deer in the headlights syndrome. You walk out and you think you've seen the freest kill of your life, and then all of a sudden you just forget how to shoot. It's the fundamentals that just evade you right there. And Well played by Ad Astra to turn that fight. Again, 3 versus 4, they're able to come out on top. You know, you could maybe argue a bit distinct from whoever's trying to push onto them, but overall, you have to give credit where credit is due. They come up with the 3 kills, and, you know, for Epic Flank, it's exactly the opposite.
Yep, there it is. Hitman, he tries to peek out, but only 5 bullets left in his gun, and the flashbang catches him. Uncivil going to be able to finish off the job there. He tried to deny to zone, but honestly, in a position like that, there's nothing you can do. You can't even, like, pull out your mini or anything just because you can't ADS to try and spam. True Sight, Gizmak going to be able to get the knock on towards Uncivil, but it's Vexel that gets the flush. Is Sharp now doing what he can to try and make a move, but I would be surprised if he makes it. It's Soup that gets the knock. It's looking like it might just be Kingdom that get the flush, but right now let's hop on board with Kingdom, because look at this, Botgog going to be taking a lot of nades over on towards ETR right here, as True Sight are going to be looking to try and peek up in towards their position.
There's a lot of teams right now that have been a little bit hard done by this circle. It's opted toward the west once again, and it's actually the Boomers who have got themselves a very good position here. So long as they can keep True Sight at bay, and that's exactly what Snorlax has been able to do, they can very easily keep themselves in a very decent spot. They may not have seen, but they've got a neighbor at their front door. Fortunately enough, they've got good neighborhood watch. Steal there to pick up the kill, and now that's going to be exactly what Eternity need to do. They need to pretty much do that exact same rotate, but this time they're going to be able to do it as 4. Well,
yeah.
not anymore.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there. Steel gonna get taken out, and Junbi, it was only a matter of time until someone pushed Boomers. I feel like it should have happened a lot earlier, but Junbi finally making it happen, and he's gonna get punished for it. Code Miko with the Mini 14. The 8X just coming out too strong. Finishes off Junbi. Now the rest of Eternity have to make a push in as well, but they're gonna be a little bit more aware of Kingdom. The question is, do they have the utility to maybe throw some nades over this ridge? Roth going to be getting spotted out as Steel lands the mini shots over towards him, but not going to be enough to pick up the kill right there. The Steel going to get ready for the peak. Knows that there are players down here, but no utility to really work with. The zone will continue to close in, and this is not ideal for pretty much any team right here. You gotta say it's kind of favoring, you know, Rise or potentially Ad Astra, but they're both duos at the moment. This is just rough for so many squads.
You know, this is where this, you know, war of attrition and have you kept 4 members alive becomes incredibly important. And for Boomers, you know, and also Eternity here, the answer was yes until Junbi did go down. Looking for the sprays now. This is the battle of the 2 very big squads right here, with Kingdom as well moving in. Steel's even going for a res onto Junbi. This is a very big res for Eternity if they can get it. They can't, and it costs them. Eternity, they lose 2 for the price of 1 right there. But again, it's not without a cost. Rise able to turn it back. SKZ does fall down. And it's just third party on third party. Everybody sees everybody right now, except for the Boomers, who have got themselves just the best spot that they could find in this zone.
Nahax with the high ground opens up on towards Vexel, but Snorlax taken down in the trade. As Soup, by the way, with the headshot, now down as the solo player left up from Eternity. He wants to make something big happen, but he's in a 1 versus 2 up against Boomers. Wicked Shots has his number, but now Soup has the info as well. He needs to land a nasty headshot, but not on towards the flush. It needs to be on towards Wicked Shots, which is just not going to be able to connect. Down goes Soup, and down go Eternity as we enter our top 5 teams at Astra. We mentioned they have a good position, but as the circle moves away from them, it's not going to be looking ideal. Now it's just a case of trying to connect with some shots on towards Kingdom as those players move through more and more. Roth picking up his 2nd drop in a row is going to be able to get himself the 3 gear, manages to salvage a med kit, which honestly was much needed in that position.
It's going to be the most important thing out of that. You know, the level 3 gear is great and all, but the fact that he's now able to survive shots because he's got health, much more important. He's even got an AWM to find some knocks with here. That's going to be one quick find, and as well, the SLR from D-Stem puts the Kings down to just 1 single member. Looking for Code Miko in at that shack. Isn't going to quite be able to find it just yet here, but the Boomers combining quite nicely there. Roth going to secure himself that flush. We're getting to the very end game right now. So he got 35 bullets in that thing.
Yeah, I mean, he got 2 crates, didn't he? Yeah, there's 2
The odds
crates
of
right
getting
next to
both,
each
that was
other.
crazy.
That is, I mean, it's just spicy fish, isn't it? You know, you play well, you get rewarded by crates. That's just how the game works. As he picks up yet another shot, Shooter going to be going down as Roth. He's, I mean, let's be real here. He's just going to absolutely farm out shots with this Orm right now. Boomers, they're going to be starting to make a push as Wicked Shot's going to be going down to Code Miko, D-Stem, and Nahax, the 2 remaining players. Nahax able to get over to the shack, but barely as Rise Esports start to get involved. It's Roth that makes the peek on towards them. Takes down Wazupi, and Moratorium going to be low as well. He's only got 1 med kit to work with here, so he needs to get aggressive. Flashbang about to come out, but he decides not to use it. Moratorium down behind this dip. The spray comes out, and Roth, the solo player from Spicy Fish, single-handedly finishes off Rise Esports. 11 kills so far. He can pop that med kit, and he can survive just ever so slightly longer. Ad Astra now. 1 player left up, as so is Code Miko. As I mean, this is not the position that anyone wants to be in right now. A 1 versus 1 versus 1. And not forgetting versus 1.
Anyone can win, right? Spicy Fish coming out from the south. They had to make the most treacherous run known to mankind over this entire hillside, over this entire field, and they've somehow managed to get away with it. The circle shifts. The only person coherently inside in a really decent spot is actually Sartas here. He's got himself this shack to be playing around. But that said, we're playing solos right here. There are 4 players up and alive. This is where things like bolt actions actually really come into their own. People taking little peeks, little headshots against one another really start to speak out. But D-Stem, he's taking the battle up against Ad Astra. He needs to be careful though. He's about to get third-partied by Miko, who peeks over. But it looks like D-Stem has made his way into the circle. There are now 2 more players that need to do the exact same thing. Roth taking the time to push in on the south side. You see he's trying to find his way toward another set of hay bales. They are inside the circle, and it's probably going to be a battle between him and Code Miko as to who goes for it. It doesn't look like Miko's putting up much of a fight for it, and Roth has actually managed to make his way in all on his own right there. So for the time being, the circle now beginning to close. We're probably just going to see a massive smoke off, and the fact that Roth has got there, he's actually going to be closest to the star.
Yep, and you know what? I want to pull up Roth as like that player to watch. That's why I've got him open in the big screen, is because I just want to see him hit some more Orm shots. But over in the bottom right, we see D-Stem. He's going to be holding on towards this shack. You got to bear in mind, it's a 4-man solos match right now, and it's all down to pretty much who is able to last the longest at this point. As right now, it's just a case of hoping that you're not the one who gets caught between multiple teams. You can, you know, hopefully engage with a fight, get a kill on towards one, but realistically, you know, as soon as you shoot up, both other players are going to be looking down towards you. Roth! There it is. He lands the headshot on towards Code Miko. There's now 2 players left up. It is D-Stem and Sartas, with Roth just kind of chilling behind, trying to find an angle on towards Sartas.
Oh, he's stepping up as well. Gets on top there of the hay bales. He's looking, he's feeling himself right now. And honestly, top of the leaderboard here, Spicy Fish coming into the game. You have to imagine coming out of it as well. They're going to be looking very, very strong with 12 kills already for them, 9 kills on Boomers. This is a very worthwhile fight. It's going to be Sartas that comes out on top. So D-Stem falling there, a valiant effort for Boomers. But right now, it's the AWM versus a ton of smokes right now. Sartas, he's got himself the mini. So if that AWM goes wide, he will be able to find Pika's advantage. But you can see that he's just not bothered about the fight right now, trying to use smokes to buy any little piece of time he can. Roth still has a lot of time before he has to move, but out in the open there. Just going to try and take Honest right here. I can't quite see how this one plays out. The tree going to be coming into full force right here. Sartas has made his move. He's got the central position, but Flashbang's just in abundance right now. Red dot on the back of the M4 peeking, and he's absolutely whited up. It's Roth that peeks through on the right-hand side and is just as quick as that. The game ends and Spicy Fish get themselves another chicken dinner with 13 kills.
You know what? For a squad like Spicy Fish, that's exactly what I expected. That's why I pulled Roth up over on the big screen, because we know that's where he thrives in those clutch scenarios. So very well played there for Roth. But that is it. That is our final game of the evening done. We're going to wait a couple minutes for the leaderboard update. But let me tell you, I am so excited. Rude, are there any like highlights you want to talk about, you know, to wrap up the evening? Because it feels like there were just so many huge plays. It's hard to keep track of all of them, you know, after 6 games.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the recency bias is definitely going to sort of step into my mind, and I think that the 2v4 Spicy Fish were able to accrue up against Rise really is going to stand out to me, that they took that so cleanly. It was Keenan sat waiting, Sharp just nailing people left, right, and center, and Keenan biding his time, just perfectly able to strike when it mattered most, take them down. And you know, there's a reason that these guys are at the top of the leaderboard, right? I think that regardless of when it comes through, we know who's going to be at the top. There's no spoilers there. That they've just been absolutely indomitable in this series so far. Obviously, with 6 games tomorrow, there's plenty of time for them to continue that trend, or for it to change and for another squad to step up. I think that our other highlight of the evening that we'd highlighted to begin with, 300, definitely came up huge as well. There was a particular Erangel game where they were just battling people left, right, and center, coming away and, you know, almost getting themselves the chicken dinner. They also came victim to the Spicy Fish as they moved their way down from Crossroads. But there were a lot of highlights from a lot of players, honestly. And whenever you get to see a bolt action in play, you always love to see those headshots connect.
Definitely. And you know what? Seeing Roth being able to pick up 2 crates right next to each other, 37 bullets with the Orm, he just wasn't afraid to take fights there. And you know what? It shows the confidence. Look, Spicy Fish, going into tomorrow, we haven't got the leaderboards updated yet, but I guarantee you they are going to have an absolutely huge lead. So the real question comes down to, how are they going to play it? Are they just going to play for fun at this point? Or are they really just going to assert their dominance over on this lobby and prove why they deserve to be in first, and realistically why they're a global level team? Because they absolutely are.
I mean, yeah, they've literally had 3 people that were at the World Championship that finished not a month ago, not 2 months ago, right? It was so recent that these guys are still very much at the top of their game. And it's definitely a point where I don't want to see them take their foot off the gas, because they can make a statement in this lobby if they decide to. But equally, you know, they can probably take tomorrow a little bit more relaxed, maybe not show off quite as much as they necessarily need to, and still probably very easily get their way through. So it's that sort of, it's that toss-up between how hard do we want to go in this lobby versus, you know, do we just want to kind of relax, play our own game, and still end up just taking W after W.
Okay, Rude. Don't look at the leaderboards, because I know you have a link to it. What are your predictions? How many points are we saying Spicy Fish are on out in first place?
93?
93? You're going to be very impressed. They just crossed that 100-point boundary. Absolutely huge for them. Insane performance. Dead on 100 points. And look at that, 65 kill points. The rest of them are placements, so it shows that these guys, they're getting good placements, they're getting the wins, they're getting good positions, but they are fragging out. 65 kills in 6 games, Rude.
Yeah, incredible, right? There's no 2 ways about it. They're getting themselves a minimum of 10, or on average, 10, nearing 11 kills per game. You know, that's not matched by anybody here. It's very nearly sort of put half, at least, for Orion here. 36 from 6 is, you know, 6 kills per game. They're getting just over half of what Spicy Fish are doing, and it's reflected in the points right there. You know, 59 to 100. That's a huge gap, and I think that your point of who do we think is going to go away, and do they need to maybe come away and really stick it to them again in day number 2? Spicy Fish, probably not. Obviously, the top 4 here, you can see the cutoff point is 45 points. If we have a rinse and repeat here of today's lobby without Spicy Fish getting points, they're still safe. They're still through here. Obviously, you have to remember that other kill points that they have been picking up will go to other teams, but at the end of the day, these guys are just so strong that at this point, there's really no way that we don't see them go through tomorrow.
Definitely. I think unless they just didn't turn up tomorrow, they're making it through. But before we go, all right, because we're wrapping up now, I want to know any teams that you think, judging from their performances today, have the potential to qualify, but just aren't quite in, you know, the top 4 at the moment, and maybe haven't performed to their best ability, that you maybe saw a spark in them in 1 or 2 games.
I think Boomers for me, right? They had 2 games. They had an Erangel and that Mirror mod that we just wrapped up. where they had 2 really high kill games. They were getting decent placements from it, and it shows that these guys can make it into the late game and they can frag out. But remember that consistency feature that you touched on at the very beginning of the night here, Chunks. It's just not there for them just yet. And I think that if they can dial that back in, get themselves to those end games a bit more consistently with those high kill points, I really think that Boomers are a bit of an underdog, a bit of a dark horse going into day number 2, that they could probably just stretch in, maybe creep in and steal away that 4th place spot.
Well, we'll have to see. That's it for tonight. 6 games down. Got 6 more tomorrow. 4 p.m. Pacific time. Same place. Be sure to hit the follow button. Stop by tomorrow. Come and say hi. You know, there's going to be an awesome set of games. And let's be real here, dude. Spicy Fish, they crossed 100 points today. Do they cross 200 in, 12 games?
No, they don't. I'm gonna put it out there. Tomorrow's gonna be worse. So somehow they're gonna do worse than 100 points in a day. It's crazy to think it, but I don't think they'll do it.
I don't know. I think they might just do it. But if you guys want to see, stick around tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific. Thank you everyone for joining us. My name has been Chunks. Thank you once again, Rude Dude, for joining me. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. See you guys next time.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go,
Anthony is coming in.
it's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Continues! Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord, that net just might seal the
Great
We do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your great. You gotta get the fight the first tank, find the second.
Don't miss the stream starting April 10th. Follow ESL PUBG and social media for updates.
Welcome to the America's Roadmap for Competitive PUBG 2021. Here's just a taste of what you can expect this year. Americas Unite. Starting this year, teams from both Americas will be competing together in the PCS and other major PUBG events. Things kick off in April with our first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event. The NA and LATAM subregions will each have their own open qualifiers, which lead into a 24-team group stage in each region. Then it's on to the grand final, where the top 8 teams from North America and the top 8 teams from Latin America will battle it out to determine who is the best of the Americas and claim a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. After the first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. As with the Masters Americas event, there are 2 open qualifiers, one for North America and one for Latin America, which lead into the 24-team group stages for each region. The top 6 teams from NA and LATAM move directly on to the PCS 4 Grand Final. The bottom 10 from each region are eliminated, and the 8 teams in the middle go to the last chance qualifier to frag it out for the 4 remaining spots in the Grand Final, and a chance to compete for the title and a piece of the $200,000 in prize money. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, followed up by PCS 5. This year, teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters Americas events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. We'll also be debuting more of that fresh PUBG esports content in 2021 that you crave, so make sure you don't miss a minute of PUBG esports on YouTube. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year of PUBG esports in the Americas.